Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to reconvening of the regularly scheduled meeting for the Board of Trustees of the Ventura County Community College District. We concluded closed session. We are now at item 3.01, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. And I am going to ask and surprise her in doing so, but ask Sierra Whalen to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, she's definitely ready. Item 3.02, closed session report. There is no report to give. There's nothing to report. 303, public comments on open session agenda items. I have 4 speaker cards. The first speaker is Nathan Cole of AFT 1828, followed by Jamie Maxey. Make sure the microphone's on. There's a slight delay.
I think we're good. Hi, my name is Nathan Cole, and as you all know, I am the co-chief negotiator for the compressed calendar on behalf of AFT. I wanted to give you an update. Things have changed since the last time I spoke with you. We've had 3 meetings since then. So far, as of today, we have TA'd on 7 different articles, and we have also TA'd on an appendix. Things have started moving at a much quicker pace. We feel much more heard. We feel that the district teams has been a lot more collaborative, and we wanted to thank you and thank them for the progress that we've made. We still have about 4 articles left and the calendar, but we feel like we're getting very close. And so hopefully we'll see how things develop over the next month or 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Maxey, followed by Logan Hardison.
Thank you. Chancellor, trustees, college presidents, esteemed campus colleagues, and the community of Ventura County. I stand before you today to give accolades to retiring Ventura College President, Dr. Kim Hoffmans. As you will listen to the upcoming acknowledgement by Ventura College Academic Senate President and the well-crafted resolution, you will hear echoing of her devoted commitment to the Ventura County Community College system. She has spent 35 years of dedicated service, wait for it, I did the math, to close than 500,000 students within this county and beyond. Not only has she exhibited a student-first philosophy, which will be echoed in the acknowledgement and resolution, she is a mentor, a peer, and a friend. I want to add to the testament that will be shared with you later as a reminder of who Kim is, a nurse. The art, science, and professionalism of nursing is the foundation of Kim's being. From starting as a bedside nurse, to faculty member, to assistant coordinator, department coordinator, dean, vice president, and president, Kim, a nurse, displayed compassion, patience, resilience, empathy, integrity, and intellect, in addition to excelling in rationalization and problem solving. These are all the qualities of a nurse who Kim is and will always be. I have known Kim for 27 years, first as a peer, then my faculty member, and now a dear friend. Kim, I've had the honor to learn and lead from your example. And will be forever grateful for your nursing assessment skills. That is recognizing the strengths of others, championing those strengths, and promoting excellence and success. Kim, on behalf of the nursing department at Moorpark College, your litany of qualities, smile, and Southern drawl will forever be a staple in the program and will never be forgotten. Kim, you are a legacy, As a nurse and an educator, you have touched and made the difference in the quality of lives of individuals of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and forever beyond. I can speak for those in the department. We will continue to pay forward your legacy and hand that legacy down to the next generation of educators and leaders. Chancellor, trustees, college presidents, esteemed campus colleagues in the community of Ventura County, I leave with you this last statement of recognition for Dr. Kim Hoffman. You can take the nurse out of Texas, but never the Texas out of the nurse, y'all. Congratulations, my friends.
Thank you for those complimentary and well-deserved comments. Logan Hardison, followed by the last public speaker, David Marin.
Good evening and hello again. Chairman Perez, college trustees, Chancellor McLennan, and college staff. First, I would like to refer to item 1501 on the agenda, Facilities Master Plan. This came up in the last meeting, and I see that Ventura College East Campus is listed sort of as a discussion item here. In the previous report back in April, there was the list of items to consider for the bonding projects. In that case, Ventura College East Campus was listed as number 4. Several other items have crept in since then, and so that's interesting, but thank you for including that on the facilities list. Then I go to the item 603, the resolution, and one of the whereas local college facilities improvement bond issue for the district would establish permanent satellite campuses in areas around the district, increasing access to an affordable college education for local residents throughout VCCCD's service area. And we go to the full text proposition to go before the public, where the Ventura College, including East Campus, facilities master plan is shown. Then we come to the projects. And we have these projects, Ventura College repair and improvement projects, several miscellaneous things, but no East Campus. No East Campus projects. We go to the Ventura College master plan, and we have in phase 1, 500 full-time equivalent students, and then up to with 1,000 full-time equivalent students with up to 106,000 square feet of facility. From that, we go to the January 30th vision for the future and plan to build capacity. Thank you very much if that is a real budgeted commitment. There is a curriculum enrollment plan with facilities. Is that time?
Yes, if you want to wrap up, please.
Yeah. We need the East Campus facility on the facilities list. Equity calls for an East Campus location and classrooms, if only temporary, the hallmark of growing California school districts. With 50,000 people and 6% of the district population, 6% of the bond issue is 48 million, something to get rolling start on the East Campus in the next 5 to 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardison. David Marin? Oh, Okay, sure. Thank you. We did receive 2 written public comments, similar to the ones we received over the last several months regarding remote work. Thank you. Brings us to item. What item is that? 304, swearing in. Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, I have a clarifying question on public comment. We received a public comment from Kenya Galdamez. And it says, to this date, my Public Records Act request has not been fulfilled. The seniority list should already exist. It should not need to be created as explained in your last BOT meeting or Board of Trustees meeting. We received as a board written communication from staff that the district needed more time to create this list. And I just want to clarify that that was the last communication that we received.
Which,
I don't think I understand your
Yeah.
question.
Okay,
It's directed at me.
It's to staff. And my question is, the last communication that was referenced at our last board meeting, based on the 4th request for the public records request, was
Mhm.
the information the district needs more time to produce the information.
Mhm.
Okay. Today we received a response that the district does not need to produce the information. So I'm trying to bridge between that, and I'd like to solve this issue. And it seems there's an impasse here in communication. And I know this isn't on our agenda, but the board can, I've met with other trustees and they said, look, when these issues happen, the board can direct the chancellor and staff to meet with members of the public to better understand their concerns or points of views. There seems to be a disconnect here. So I just want to get some clarifying facts of where we are. Is the district saying we're not going to produce a seniority list, or that we don't have one, or that we still need time? Because I've heard the 3 different things and I don't want to push this under the rug and not acknowledge this.
well, I'll let the chancellor respond. on behalf of-
I don't really have a response
Yeah.
beyond the responses I've
Yeah.
already made, Trustee Chancellor.
And that we've all received as well.
Correct.
So, thank you. So that there is no issue when you get right down to it. We've all received clarification on the status of a request for information, and an email, in fact, does not constitute a Public Records Act either. So well, it's not, you're right. This is not on the agenda. It's not
Right.
up for
I have a
discussion.
clarifying question.
Sure.
Has the district not received a request for public information on this issue of seniority? Because I want to make sure, if it's just an email, then I totally support that. But has the district received official documentation of a public request?
We have, and I've
Okay.
explained that to the board in prior meetings and prior communications. And again, actually, you received the communication yesterday, not today on that particular question.
Right, but the previous response was, we need more time. And I say we as the district. That was the previous response. Today we have no present or urgent administrative need for a list. So there is no activity currently underway to develop one.
And those 2 things are not mutually exclusive.
Okay, well, then as one trustee, I believe we're not meeting the needs of this Public Request Act. I'd like to see this issue resolved and the Public Request Act fulfilled as one trustee.
Okay, you've been heard, and we will move on to the next item, which is the swearing in and seating of our student trustee. If you'll join me in front here.
Join your microphone.
Do we have a copy for Sierra or? Okay, well then repeat after me, please. Yeah, I see it. You can begin.
I, Sierra Lynn,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
solemnly swear that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the United States, and the Constitution of the State of California,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Sierra. And that's for you. Just a- Well, you have a spot on the agenda later on, but you want to make some immediate comments right now?
Hello, everyone. I want to say thank you for everyone being here, and thank you to the other trustees for being so welcoming. I look forward to my role, and I'm excited to serve the students and see what we can accomplish for them. And thank you for everyone being here again. Thank you.
Congratulations again and welcome. Okay, we're going to move right now to take item 4.04, which is an action to approve resolution in honor of Dr. Kimberly Hoffman's Ventura College president. And before we take action, I will read the proposed resolution. Whereas Dr. Kimberly Hoffman's RN has dedicated her service to students and the community within the Ventura County Community College District, fulfilling the roles of Vice President of Academic Affairs and Student Learning at Ventura College from 2015 to 2019 and President of Ventura College from 2019 to 2024. And whereas Dr. Kimberly Hoffman has held a variety of roles, including Instructor of Nursing, Counselor, Coordinator of Nursing, and Dean at Moore Park College. And whereas Dr. Kimberly Hoffman was nominated by the Ventura College Foundation and selected by the Pacific Coast Business Times as one of the top 50 women in business in 2023, honoring her personal achievements, leadership, and contributions in helping the region navigate the challenges of the pandemic. And whereas Dr. Kimberly Hoffman led Ventura College in joining the exclusive group of California community colleges offering a 4-year bachelor's degree program in automotive technology starting in the 2025-2026 academic year. And whereas Dr. Kimberly Hoffman has served on various statewide boards, including the California Community College Chief Instructional Officers, California Community Colleges Athletics Association, Workforce and Economic Development Performance Advisory Board, and others. Locally, she has been a member of the Ventura College Foundation Board of Directors, California Lutheran University Advisory Committee for the Graduate School of Education Doctorate Program, and the South Central Coast Regional Consortium of Community Colleges. And whereas Dr. Hoffman's dedicated over 30 years of her career to the community college system, and whereas Dr. Hoffman's earned a Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership and Administration from California Lutheran University, a Master of Science in Nursing from the Texas Women's University, and a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the University of Texas. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ventura County Community College District Board of Trustees hereby recognizes Dr. Kimberly Hoffman for her exemplary leadership and years of dedicated service to students and extends best wishes for her future endeavors. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second? Trustee Torres seconds. Student trustee, your first advisory vote. How do you vote? You voted yes. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The resolution passes. And any comments, trustee Chancellor?
We got to celebrate, I think it was last week, yeah, with the foundation. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for your leadership again and the kindness that you've always expressed to faculty, staff, and most importantly, students. So thank you.
Trustee Torres?
I might. Thank you, Kim, for all of these last few years, actually. You started when we were elected, I think 2018, and you were hired, I believe, 2019. And just all of the amazing work that you've done within Ventura College and really leading forward with social justice work. And so we are very excited and happy for like your new adventure and your journey where you get to maybe just enjoy some nice vacations and do what you've always wanted to do. And so thank you for all of your dedicated efforts, your advocacy, and always having such a warm smile all the time and greeting students and anybody coming to your campus. So thank you for everything you have done over the last that I've known you. 5 years, almost 6 years, but everybody else here who's here from your college, I know you for such a long time. Thanks, Kim.
Trustee Mantu?
Dr. Hoffmans, I will congratulate you despite my many efforts to dissuade you from this decision. And you will recall each and every one of those, including my attempt to have you enter an indentured servitude contract. But they say things happen for a reason. And I think I speak for everyone saying how happy we are that you are going to move on to the next chapter that's going to be much richer and more dedicated to family. Best wishes.
Trustee Lichtel?
Board members mentioned, that is most importantly, do well with your new time. Enjoy it. This is a chance to do all the things you always wanted to do and weren't able to do. And I certainly hope that I consider myself failing miserably at retirement because I took a job right after retiring. So I wish you the best and that you do better than that. Enjoy your time.
And Kim, I was fortunate enough to offer some comments to you, comments in appreciation, actually, for the work you've given to me and helping me better serve my role as trustee. And then at the event that Trustee Chancellor mentioned, it's sponsored by the foundation. And glowing remarks there about you and your service, as we've heard tonight and as has been referenced in the Academic Senate report. And with that, if you'd like to come up, I'll present you with this. And I'll be starting this. Notice the picture of corn. Yeah. She drilled that home. Okay. As is usual, acknowledgement of new employees and retirees in items 4.01 and 4.02 will be incorporated in the subsequent reports that will be provided to the board. And no items under 403, although I do want to call out David Marin, who's with the Ventura County Civic Alliance. It's always good to see you here, David. And that takes us to item 5, Senate reports and consultation, beginning with 501, classified Senate President's report and consultation. Alex.
Thank you, Chair Perez. Good evening to you, members of the board, and Chancellor McLennan. First off, I'd just like to express a welcome to new student trustee. Welcome, Sarah. Also like to congratulate Dr. Hoffmans and thank you for your years of service, not only as a DAC classified, but as a proud VC alumni. Couple more things I'd like to say here. So 4.02 under recognitions of district retirees, like to recognize Brad Cabelli, who is a community college police officer that has served our district for 20 years. So we wish him a well retirement. Thank you for his service. And that will conclude my report. Thank you.
Okay. Next.
Rebecca Stroud, newly elected classified
Hey.
Senate President. Good evening, Board, Chair, Chancellor, and our new student trustee. Congratulations. I want to take a moment and read a brief goodbye from our outgoing president, Linda Resendez. She's very much beloved, and she wanted to make sure that a public comment was made to thank all of you for the support that you've given her. I conclude my 2-year term as classified Senate President for Moore Park College. Leading our Senate over the last 4 years has been an amazing experience and a period of personal growth for me. I am deeply appreciative of the support I received from our college president, Dr. Julius Sokanu, current and past vice presidents, our academic senate, SCIU Chief Steward, Maria Urinda, and my classified professional colleagues. I would also like to express my gratitude to our past and current chancellor, vice chancellor, and district staff for their support and encouragement as I navigated the various district committees I was involved in. Thank you to our classified Senate Executive Board members, Gabby Chacon, Anne Marie McCarthy, Deborah Brackley, Emmanuel Guerrero, and Rebecca Stroud. Without you all, our Senate would not have been able to accomplish all that it did. She says, thank you. So respectfully, Linda Resendez. On that note, on item 4.01, we would like to acknowledge our new employees, Cynthia Ziglier, our instructional lab technician for our veterinary program as a veterinarian tech, Diego Fuentes for ground maintenance keeper, Luis Magna, grounds maintenance keeper, Maria Viola, student services assistant, and Michael Tischler, our new instructional lab tech for physical sciences. And in regards to item 12.04, we would like to request your approval and assistance on that item for our student success and support specialist. Thank you so much.
Thank you and welcome. Sergio?
Good evening, Chancellor McLennan, trustees, and student trustee Whalen. My name is Sergio Arana, Oxnard College Classified Senate President. I'd like to start off by congratulating the newly sworn in student trustee, Sierra. Congratulations and welcome. And on item 4.01, I'd like to welcome our new Oxnard College employees, Brittany Negrete, Senior Accounting Tech. Welcome Olivia Long to Oxnard College, our new program specialist, and Vivian Shu, our instructional lab tech. And for item 4.04, congratulations to Dr. Hoffman on your career and thank you for the many years of service. And for my report, I'd like to just share that the past month we had our classified appreciation breakfast. Thank you to President Kobian and the VPs for taking some time to appreciate our classified professionals. And we had our classified retreat that was held on May 30th. That was well attended. And we had the honor, we were honored to have Dr. Irene Pingert as our keynote speaker to give us some history of Oxnard College and share some of her experience with our classified. Also, a group of OC Classified had the opportunity to attend the Classified Leadership Institute conference last week. And Amparo Medina made her way up there and she presented Dr. Kobian with the Excellent in Servants Leadership Award on behalf of 4CS. In addition, our Senate team also received a second place award for our Senate website. And concluding, I'd also like to welcome our incoming classified executive board members, Deborah Tyson, our new treasurer, and Norma Martinez, our director of advocacy. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee Whalen and Chancellor McLennan. We would first like to welcome the newly appointed student trustee Whalen. Welcome. In consultation of item 4.01, we would like to congratulate Kimberly Thaler Strange for their appointment as administrative assistant at Ventura College. In consultation on 4.02, the classified senate would like to thank and recognize Dr. Kim Hoffmans and for her dedication and service to Ventura College. Thank you for all that you have done for our classified staff and the leadership you have provided over the years. The classified senate does not have an official report since we have not met since the last board meeting, but we do have two quick updates. Ventura College was represented by 3 members of the classified senate executive team at the 4CS Classified Leadership Institute, June 4th through 7th in Riverside, California. The second update is our next meeting will take place on June 13th, where we will be voting on the approval of Ventura College's educational master plan. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 5.02, Academic Senate President's Reports and Consultation.
Trustees, student trustee, chancellor, colleagues, and guests. I would like to thank our business instructor, Lawrence Nathanson, and our interim vice president of student services, Kushner Databoy, for their wonderful service to this institution, and wish them both a wonderful retirement. And while Kimberly Hoffmans is retiring from Ventura College, we would also like to extend a grateful farewell for all the work she did over at Moore Park. Regarding 11.01, 12.03, and the policies in section 13, the process was followed. Regarding 13.03, I would like to reiterate Moore Park College's support for the addition of the words regardless of instructional modality into the academic freedom policy. Regarding 12.01, Moore Park has been busy conducting interviews. We're excited that President Sokanu has forwarded to you for ratification Mindy Case from Math and Tutoring, Jorge Cruz from Ethnic Studies, George Kavanian from Administration of Justice, Allison Kuntz from Biological Sciences, Alejandra Valenzuela Maras from Spanish. Additionally, we're excited to see the forwarding for ratification of Steve Barak from Earth Science, Scott Feister and James Gabby from Computer Science, and Vance Manicus from Health as part-time faculty. And finally, I'd like to welcome Rebecca Stroud to her role in Classified Senate. I'll miss working with Linda, but look forward to our continued work together in strengthening our institution.
Dolores.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, student trustee Whalen, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. So just a few items for consultation. 3.04, swearing in and seating of the student trustee. Welcome. Happy to have you here in the space. 4.01, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all new employees. And I think I left the number off, but I do want to mention also the retirements of Dr. Kimberly Hoffmans and Dean Kushner Databoy. I know there are others there. Those are 2 that I've had the privilege of being in district meetings with. So I've gotten to know them a little bit more than the others. 4.03, acknowledgement of guest and special recognition. Happy birthday to Dr. Oscar Gobian, and congrats on his many recent awards. And since he's doing it right, I know VP Rembarger can pass along those messages. 4.04, again, action to approve the resolution in honor of Dr. Kimberly Hoffmans. Just thank you so much, Dr. Hoffmans, for your many years of service to the district in your various and many roles. Coming from the faculty ranks. 10.05, action to approve the award of bid 670 Oxnard College LA7 classroom renovation to the lowest responsible bidder of SBS Corporation. I'd just like to extend support for this item, as it will no doubt further support engineering education at Oxnard College, which has been in the works and so needed for a very long time. 13.03, action to approve BP 4030 academic freedom. I'd just like to emphasize Oxnard College's academic senate support of the additional 4 words in the revision. So this is the sentence, and then the last 4 words are the revision. Freedom in teaching is fundamental for the protection of both faculty and students in teaching and learning, regardless of instructional modality. And those words are just, this is a new post-COVID hybrid online distance ed centered type of higher education that we're offering. And then for my report, this isn't on there, but I want to welcome Rigoberto, our new ASG president at Oxnard College, into the board space as well. So Oxnard College faculty are sending 5 faculty members to the ASCCC Faculty Leadership Academy in Palm Springs later this month. And I'm sure we'll have some colleagues from across the district there as well, but sending 5 is pretty big for us, including 3 folks from the Senate space, 1 full-time member at large, and 1 part-time faculty member at large. We will also have at least 3 faculty attending the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges Great Teachers Seminar in either San Diego this weekend or Asilomar next month. So they've offered a new location, and they're offering scholarships. So 2 of our faculty actually won a scholarship, so we may be able to send more. And then we will also be sending 5 discipline faculty to the ASCCC organized faculty convenings on intersegmental discussions regarding common course numbering this summer. And luckily, there's some funding from the state chancellor's office to pay these faculty members. And they are selected from the 6 highest enrolled courses in the state. So we have 5, and we're kind of out a communications full-time person right now. So we'll see if any of our part-timers will take us up on attending. And I thank you to Classified Senate at Oxnard College for inviting me to your very fun and well-organized retreat. I especially loved the creativity of OC Loteria and the scavenger hunt and the food and everything. And then just to reiterate, OC celebrated its 4th annual Progress Pride flag raising and its 5th annual Pride celebration on June 6th. So our first Pride celebration was actually online and led by ASG officers in 2020. And in addition to many other things outlined in my written report, I did want to mention we were lucky that time on Zoom to have our opening speaker be Ricardo Lara. He's California's 8th insurance commissioner, and he is also openly gay. In addition to many of the other accomplishments and aspects of his history that are also detailed in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Good evening, everyone. Where's my note? Okay. Briefly in consultation, 3.04, we would love to welcome our new trustee. Glad to have you aboard. Sorry, pirate ship humor, sorry. In 4.04, we are fully behind the resolution on behalf of Dr. Kim Hoffman's. And in 13.03, VC is in support of the language that OC incorporated into the academic freedom statement. As Dolores just said, there's been a changing tide, again, I'm sorry for the pirate pun, with how we teach. And so we just want to make sure that that is ingrained in that message in the academic freedom. I wanted to take a quick moment to talk about today. We had a lovely flag raising ceremony. One of the things that stood out to me was the comment was made that last year, Kim, and I believe it was just one other person, raised the flag by themselves. And today, I'd say at least 50 people were there. And there were a lot of people there, and there were speakers from like the Diversity Collective, and there were speakers from, I'm blanking on the other organization.
Ventura City Council.
There's Ventura City Council, there was PFLAG, and the message of this is a cloth, this is a piece of cloth, but what the message sends behind that piece of cloth is a message that our community at the college is representing being a part of a community, and that we were honoring and showing our support for the LGBTQI2S+ community. And so it was beautifully done, and I just wanted to commend that. And we too are sending 6 in a separate note, we're sending 6 members to the Common Course numbering. We had volunteers jump up for all of those sessions that are happening. So we're very excited about that. And lastly, but not least, we wanted to take a moment to not only in written form, but also in verbal form, recognize Dr. Kim Hoffmans for everything she has done. In my written report, I complimented her while interweaving several bad pirate puns in case that's what you're needing. But I've been reflecting on this a lot, and it feels like yesterday Kim was standing on the stage applying for becoming our president, and she had promised us 8 years as a leader. And I at first was like, okay, we haven't had 8 years yet, but we'll give each year of COVID, we'll give her 3 years for that. So I think you've accomplished your goal. But one of the things that I remember was in the first meeting that we were having college-wide was that Kim wanted us to incorporate Brene Brown's marble jar into the discussion. And there were hundreds of jars full of marbles. And she was making sure everybody got a jar of marbles. And there were jokes about losing our marbles because we had just gone through 2 leaders and the Thomas fires and a whole bunch of other stuff. And so everybody was very tired of change. And I think Kim recognized that we had a sense of lack of trust because of everything that had been happening. And, you know, when it comes to something like taking on this role of being a leader in that kind of environment, there's a lot that has to go into that. And I think we need to recognize that every single day that Kim has been a leader for us, she's led with all of the values that Brene Brown talks about. Brene Brown talks about the ideas that in developing this trust, we have to have boundaries, reliability, accountability, vault, integrity, non-judgment, and generosity. And she calls it braving. And I will say, I think everyone in this room who's ever worked with Kim can think of at least one example of those tenets of braving that Kim has demonstrated. So long story short, or long story long, you've been an amazing leader that has impacted our community and our college, and you will be missed. And just thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you. That brings us to item 601, presentation, Equal Employment Opportunity Plan 2024-2027. Chancellor?
I think we have a group of folks coming up to queue up at the microphone. And Laura, are you leading this off?
I am.
Thank you.
Good evening, trustees, Chancellor McLennan, and esteemed guests. I am so happy to introduce this next item to you. We have many members of our EEO Advisory Committee here today to present to you our district's commitment to fostering an inclusive and equitable environment for all. Today's presentation is centered on our EEO plan, a strategic blueprint designed to ensure that our district not only complies with federal and state laws, but also exemplifies best practices in promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion within our workforce. Our EEO plan is not merely a required document, and we have these available. This is our EEO plan. It's not just a very nicely put together document. It's also a dynamic framework that outlines actionable steps to recruit, hire, support, and retain a diverse faculty and staff. During this presentation, we will delve into the key elements of our EEO plan, exploring its objectives, the specific initiatives we have undertaken, and the metrics that we will use to measure our progress. We will also discuss the collaborative efforts required across all levels of our district to ensure the successful implementation of this plan. And before we do that, if we can move on to the next slide. One more, Dan. I'd like to introduce our members of our EEO Advisory Committee. It is composed of various administrators, faculty, classified professionals, and those are the names that you see on that list. In particular, I'd like to highlight Andrea Ingley, who serves as our district CEO officer, who really led us through the process of developing this plan. And then also Jessica, who works in HR as well. She was the mastermind behind doing all of the research in the background for putting this plan together. So I'm very thankful for the work that they both did. So with that, I'll turn it over to the next committee member. I believe it is Perry, and he'll take it from here.
Good evening to all of you. Okay, I was wondering if that was gonna work, but okay. In honor of Dr. Hoffman, let me try it again. Good evening, y'all.
Good evening.
I'm qualified. I'm from
Howdy.
down south. To earnestly explain the evolution of our committee in a few minutes, viewing our history through Tuckman's model of the stages of group development would be appropriate. We ebbed and we flowed through the forming and the storming stage for a very long time. If I took a riskier theoretical approach, I would undoubtedly cause confusion and some criticism, maybe even contempt, by choosing one of the tenets of the highly controversial critical race theory, the power of narratives and storytelling. Before closing the equity gap in DEI became trendy, and hiring instructional faculty of color had lost its affirmative action steam, the EEOAC, that's us, we requested minimal data. Today, we are here again with a request. Now, since the last time our entire committee appeared before the board, we have attacked one of the district's most substantial challenges. How do we eliminate that old VHS hiring video that we used to be forced to watch? We use the data from institutional research to help us find a solution to that problem. Through extensive collaboration with each campus, we receive regular updates on how many employees no longer have VCRs. Based on efforts, the previous Board of Trustees made the most substantial act of social responsibility or acts of service it had ever done in a decade. The Board of Trustees purchased enough VCRs to meet the needs of all of the needy through a strategic partnership with Sears and Roebuck in Thousand Oaks just before they went out of business. Then Principal Lichtel, I believe, got a few from Thousand Oaks High School over there too as well. With great pride, I say to you today, after a long, hard battle, our committee finally has put that tape to rest as one of our signature accomplishments. But now, maybe it was the stillness of COVID-19 forced upon us, or the image of brother George Floyd having his right to breathe taken away from us right in front of the whole world, all of us to see. Maybe that ushered in a real opportunity for institutions that were stuck to move in a different direction. Our committee has evolved into a team capable of higher performance. Our mission today is to share a plan to help the district attract, recruit, and retain the people who are looking for us and are who we need. As a committee, our primary role is to provide the chancellor with sound advice and strategic direction. The perception of our district being unwelcoming to BIPOC while championing colorblindness in our community has stained our district for far too long. Extravagant plans and well-woven talking points on anti-racism, DEI, and our language are merely anecdotal, if not accompanied by transformative change in our culture. Here's the rest of our plan, y'all.
Yes, so I'll quickly highlight a few of the new EEO plan requirements. It covers 3 academic years, with it being reviewed and adopted by the governing board and action taken. There are 13 required components, and component 13 includes pre-hiring, hiring, post-hiring strategies that address any EEO issues. Another requirement is that the EEO plan itself and strategies must be reviewed annually to ensure goals are completed and revised if needed. And lastly, component 10 through 12 require district to include specific workforce data and applicant data collection and analysis, which will be reviewed in the upcoming slides.
Yes, so as Gloria stated, there's new legislation and there are new requirements in the plan, which we've incorporated. The plan was already submitted to the state, which is a requirement. So it's required that the plan be submitted to the state before it comes to the board for adoption. So that happened in October of last year. And then we received feedback from the state in December of 2023. And so the plan that you see before you includes that feedback from the state. And so there are some major things that the plan includes. One of them is that we are now required to analyze our workforce and analyze our applicants in a very specific and prescribed way. And so what you'll see is just a snapshot of what our initial analysis shows in this next upcoming year, so which is year 1 of the plan. We will continue to analyze this data, but what you'll see is that for our workforce, we are looking at several groups, and I think there's 7 employee groups, and we're looking to see if we are underrepresented as compared to the population, and how we determine what the population is, again, is prescribed by the state. So this is just an example. I think that the slide before this, Dan, shows our faculty, and this is faculty overall, and this is what it's showing. And I know that there is interest in breaking this down further. So we are working on breaking it down for instructional and non-instructional faculty. And this information will, I think we're hoping by the end of the year, will be available on the website. Again, there's 7 categories. So another example would be the next slide. I think that one is just the clerical secretarial, and that's the data that's showing for one of the groups in the classified.
As discussed this evening, there are 13 plan components. This slide covers number 13, the pre-hiring, hiring, and post-hiring. It incorporates multiple methods, strategies into a plan matrix that has been revised and added specifics to each of these actual areas. Most importantly, it also has the when, the how, which years, and who is responsible, right? Who is responsible for these individual parts. The example that you're looking at on the slide is the chart that is dedicated to post-hiring, the use of DEI-focused surveys, the what and when details what year. So year 1, 2, and 3 are listed there. We're not only going to provide exit surveys, we're going to actually look at them. We're going to analyze them. We might have to revise them as a group and then resend them out. And again, that's each and every year that's going to happen. The last column there is that, again, that we gather this data, we analyze it for its true purpose. It's not just to have a plan, but we need to have not only the accountability, but we need to put it into action. So what exactly are we doing with the data? How are we developing these strategies to retain employees from these underrepresented groups?
As we conclude, let me remind the audience once again, the power narratives and storytelling. If you've ever experienced that old, just outdated, but overt form of racism, somehow when you see it coming, it doesn't quite sting as much because at least you knew where your enemy was. We all have to be vigilant to see where the enemy lies. Now, I want to express my deep gratitude for the members of the committee that's been here for 5, 6, 7, well, let me stop talking about how many years, but the folks that have been in the trenches fighting this fight, and to the new folks coming on the team that just going after it. It is through their commitment and contributions we're able to stand here today and say that this is an opportunity. We are ready for this next phase. In conclusion, envision a future where Mrs. Wayland, our brand new student representative on the board, is sitting in Trustee Perez's seat as the chair of this board, and is trying to recount and share with the rest of the board the season when it all changed. Will she tell the story of how we implemented and evaluated this plan so effectively that it became widely understood that the entire community college system saw our district as the EEO standard bearer? This success will be a testament to our collective efforts and a beacon of hope for the future, inspiring us to continue our work until our district is truly equitable and inclusive. Our time is up, and we thank you for yours.
Thank you for your collective work and presentation tonight. And the board will take action on this plan under item 1601 later in the evening. Thank you. Later when we're taking action. If you want to make comments to them, yes.
So for the EEO committee, these comments are for you. We don't know if you're going to be staying later, but speaking truth to power. And so I just wanted to say thank you very much for your commitment to social justice work. I think I see some of you, you're kind of sitting different places, but you know, a lot of the times we'll talk about social justice, equity, diversity. What does that look like? Inclusion, what does it look like? And there's a lot of rhetoric and conversations. And so to have you come tonight and be able to present with authority and conviction and with the plan of what it looks like is truly the essence and representation of what this work is within our district, from the level of the board, from what's occurring within our district and what does it look like. And so I know this was a lot of work, and I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your dedicated commitment to social justice, for breaking it down to what it looks like, for the narrative and storytelling that began at the very beginning of your presentation to the ending of the essence and the reason of why we do what we do, of who we are, Ventura County Community College District, who we are and where we're heading. And so for me, it brings me great joy and great pride to be able to have a model already of that work for many of us to see, because I know it was very many meetings. I remember, and I know that Diane McKay is here in the room too. And these conversations started, I want to say, Diane, was this back in 2020, maybe 2020, some of the beginning conversations of the work, and to be able to see where it evolved. So EEO committee, thank you very much for everything you do. We truly, truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee. Chancellor.
Thank you. Just I'll make a very brief comment. I want to acknowledge publicly the work of the committee. I had the opportunity to meet with the group, and it is everything that you've seen here, everything that you see in the report and the action item that we're going to have in front of you later tonight is consistent with our board goals, and the hours and the intense conversations, the collegial spirit, and the forward focus on these goals. It's some of the best work I've seen come out of any committee on any subject. And so this group is to be commended. It's valuable, and it gives us a good place to start heading. And I love the vision piece at the end of that. So I just want to extend my appreciation for some really good work. Thank you.
Thank you. To allow for, at least to facilitate a smooth transition on the topic under item 602 and 603, I'll call those items both together at this time and ask David Marin if you want to make your public comments at this time. I know you've identified 603, but it's your opportunity now if you so choose. You can wait till after the bond presentation if you like. Sure. Okay, Chancellor, item 602 and 603.
So we have tonight, this is the first part. This is information tonight being presented to you from our bond consultants on where things are. And you have in your board packet, you have resolution as well. We're going to be covering both those items. And so I know we have, I believe our presenter has arrived. If you would just come on up and introduce yourself, and we'll go ahead and get started. Thank
Great.
you.
Good evening, board members, chancellor, staff. Thank you for inviting me to present the results of your follow-up survey related to the potential bond measure that you've been considering over the last little while. First slide, please, or next slide. Oh, great. That's great. All right. Okay. We conducted the follow-up survey between May 15th and the 23rd of this year. We interviewed a random sample of 889 Ventura Community College District voters who are likely to vote in a November 2024 election based on their past voter history, or if they've recently registered to vote, it suggests that there is some interest in the upcoming election. For questions asked of everyone, the margin of error is plus or minus 3.5. In some cases, we had pretty extensive lists of questions, and we didn't want this to be too onerous on your voters. So in those cases, we randomly split the questions into half. Some heard some heard the other, and there the margin of error is a little bit larger. We contacted your voters by telephone, email, and text. This was a dual mode survey, so a random portion of the respondents took the survey on the telephone, which was 46%, and the balance took the survey online. We've had the privilege to, as a firm, to conduct surveys on behalf of the community college district in August of 2001, way back, and January of 2024. And so where there's appropriate tracking information, we will show that. And we provided the survey in English and Spanish, in which 3% opted to take the survey in Spanish. And if you're very quick in math and you notice something doesn't quite equal 100%, I blame that entirely on rounding. So I want to start off, as we do in most surveys, to get a general sense of the mood of your electorate. So we asked folks, as we did in January, whether they thought things in their local community and in the county were headed in the right direction, or if they were off on the wrong track. The blue is the right direction, the orange is the wrong track, and the gray are the folks who said, I'm not quite sure if it's right direction, wrong track. And you could see that from just January to May, there's been an increase in optimism, both in terms of the direction of the county and their respective local communities. Now there's still just a plurality that things are headed in the right direction, but in all the other research I'm doing across the state, the direction is going in the opposite way. People are increasingly more pessimistic, primarily around cost of living, cost of housing, homelessness, and perception of crime, though your district is a little bit different. So I'll point that out. We also asked them, as we have in the previous surveys, if they could identify their local community college. And you could see fairly consistent numbers in the sense that plurality identified their local community college as Moore Park. And then a third said Ventura College, and then a little less than 2 in 10 said Oxnard College. Statistically exactly the same as it was in January of 2024. And it's important because people, when they think of their own local college, they want to know that their area of the county where they're represented, their community college is well, is provided with the resources it needs to provide the services they expect. And as we did in January of 2024, we asked if people had a favorable or unfavorable opinion about the Ventura Community College District. And you could see statistically, there's a little bit of an increase from 54% that had favorable views about the community college to 60% in a very short period of time. That means it's mostly coming from people who are a little bit more aware of the community college. And I know you're trying to go out there and educate folks about the college. That being said, we asked, as we did in the previous surveys, whether they perceived there was a need for additional funds in the respective colleges and the community college district overall. And you can see the dark blue is great need, the bright blue is some need, the dull orange is little need, the bright orange is no real need, and the gray are the folks who said they didn't know enough. And what's interesting to me is that in 3 of the 4 circumstances, statistically, there is a decline in the perception of need. At Oxnard College, it dropped, if you look on the right-hand side, from 61 in January to 49%. 57% in Ventura College dropped to 49, and 56 dropped to 48 in Ventura Community College District overall. The data suggests similarities with respect to Moore Park. And one might wonder, why is this happening? Well, you could see that it's not really a result of the fact that people think there is little or no real need. The numbers of folks who say they don't know has increased dramatically. And that's the explanation. And I can only sort of hypothesize as to why that may be the case. As they start to hear about the needs, it becomes puzzling to them because well-run community colleges typically don't communicate the needs on a daily basis. They talk about all the great things they do. And so now people are sort of a little less certain that there is what the need is or what the need isn't. And more information would probably help inform them as to the need in the respective colleges. Okay. All right. So my charge at hand was to test a community college bond measure. As you know, or as many of you know, legally there's 75 words in a ballot question. This particular ballot question was tested in January. And I bring it up because there was a slight change in the one that we did in the more current survey, and I wanted to show some comparisons. In January, we asked about a $990 million bond, which would levy an average of $23 per 100,000th of assessed value and generate approximately 68 million annually. And in the most recent survey, we asked about an $820 million bond. And there, it was a $19 per 100,000th of assessed value, generating $56 million. And you may ask, well, why did we drop the amount? The data from the last survey suggested that there was a little bit of sensitivity to the dollar figure at the 100,000th of assessed value. And so the reason we dropped it is we felt that it could pick up a couple of points in terms of level of support. And you will see that's indeed what happened. The questions themselves, there were slight variations in terms of some of the illustrative examples of where the money would go or the aspirational outcomes of the particular measure. For example, repairing leaky roofs was not in the original measure question. It was repairing deteriorating roofs. And a couple of other tweaks and movements. We mentioned 21st century careers in the first question in January. We did not. So there was a slight tweak. The first survey helped inform the drafting of the ballot question for the second measure, a second attempt at this measure. So I'd like to look at the right-hand side because it's the most current numbers first, and I'll go back. So we read that ballot question that you just saw to the respondents, and we said, if there were an election today, would you vote yes in favor or no to oppose? If they said they would vote yes in favor, we asked them, is that definitely or probably? Because we want to know the intensity of support. That is the percentage of folks who said definitely yes, I'm in on this measure. And if they said no, we asked them, is that definitely or probably no? Because we want to know the intensity of the opposition. The percent of folks who said they're definitely not voting for this. If they were undecided, we pushed them a little. We said, well, would you lean yes or would you lean no? We put them in the respective camps depending on what their response was. And in May, the 8% said they were still undecided. So on the initial vote, which is for a 55+1 measure, that's what a bond requires legally for it to be successful, 62% said yes, 30% said no, 8% said they were undecided. Couple of pieces of note, 28% is a little bit low for a definitely yes vote on an initial vote, but definitely no at 20% for this county is a nice floor. It's, as you know, a challenging county to pass countywide measures. And if you can compare it now by going back to the left-hand side, statistically not much difference, a little bit drop on the definitely yes, but the total yes, there's a 2-point margin. And since the margin of error overall is 3.5, it's somewhat consistent with the January numbers that we saw that were above that 55% threshold. They continue to be. I thought you might be interested for the May survey in taking a look at who supports this measure, at least on the initial vote, who opposes it, and who's undecided. So I took everyone who said definitely, probably, or lean yes on that initial vote, and I made them blue. That blue bar is a total yes on that ballot question you saw from the May survey. The orange are the folks who said definitely, probably, or lean no. That total orange bar is total no. And the gray are those pure undecided. And this particular slide looks at the trustee areas, and you'll see the numbers of each trustee across at the bottom. And the percentages below them are the percentages that they will represent of a likely November 2024 election. And as you could see, while the margin of error is a little bit bigger because we've sliced and diced the data to the 5 trustee areas, there's support across the board at above the 55% level, with the strongest support coming from District 1, where there is more than a 2-to-1 ratio of yes to no. In terms of the different colleges, we took, as we did last time, the zip codes that you identify make up the Moore Park College area, the Oxnard College area, and the Ventura College area. So every zip code is mutually exclusive, and each zip code is dropped into one of these college areas. And you could see, again, across the various community college areas, strong support for the measure. And then by city and unincorporated area, I thought I would show the numbers, but I will be mindful that the smaller geographies, the margin of error is a lot larger. just by the nature of the math or the statistics. But again, fairly strong and consistent support across the different geographies. And finally, you may recall that we asked the question earlier and I showed it where if they perceived there was a need for additional funds for Ventura Community College District. If one thinks there is a great need for funds for the community college district, 92% of that group would be voting yes. If there's some need, it's 72. And if there's a little or no or perceived little or no real need, support is much lower than the no vote. The no votes are quite substantial, suggesting to me that the more they understand the need, the more likely they are to support the measure. So part of our job is to help sort of figure out what are the priorities of your community to help inform you as you create a project list. And so as we did in the last survey, but not to the same extent, we tested a number of bricks and mortar infrastructure improvement type activities and aspirational outcomes. And we said, regardless of whether you support the measure or not, how important would it be to include that in the measure? And this is really helpful because it helps instruct us about creating a strong 75-word ballot title and summary. As you know, you're going to have a much more extensive project list, and that will be with all the accompanying documents for voters to be able to read at their own leisure. But at least the 75 words identifies the priorities of your community. So the dark blue is extremely important. The mid-color blue is very important. I've aggregated and ranked the extremely and very important on the right-hand side. The dullest of blues is somewhat important. The orange is not too important. And the gray are the folks who said, don't know enough to offer an opinion. And when you don't see a percentage, it means it's less than 5%. It just gets, my graphs, people tell me it gets cluttered. So that's what those gray bars are, less than 5%. The lead items, and in terms of intensity, I'll drop down to the third item and say removing asbestos, mold, and lead paint. Almost 1 in every 2 say that's extremely important, and a combination of extremely or very gets to 73%. I'm, as a statistician, looking for items that are above the 55+1 because ultimately that's the criteria. And of course, I'm also thinking about margins of error. But also in the aspirational front, and this was something new we included in, as I mentioned earlier, the May question rather than the January question was preparing students and returning veterans for 21st century jobs. That seems to resonate very strongly with the community. And I know as a community college that's very forward thinking, that's important for you folks too. You want your students to be competitive in this 21st century economy. And so as you go down the list, you'll see a lot of very sort of basic repairs and bricks and mortar kinds of activities that are very valued by your community. Now, moving on to simulation of education, because I'm talking about the fact that it's important to educate. And so let's see if it has an impact on this in this survey about education. As you know, as a district, you can't advocate, but you can educate. What you folks do on your own time without using district resources, your legal counsel will tell you, I believe it's up to you, but I'm not the lawyer. I'm a sociologist, so I will defer to them. That being said, we tested some educational statements. We randomized it as we did the previous list I showed you. And we said after each statement, tell me if it makes you more inclined to vote yes on the measure. If they said it did, we asked them, is that much more inclined, which is the dark blue, or somewhat more inclined, which is the bright blue. And I've aggregated the total more inclined on the right-hand side. So again, I have that 55+1 number or percent in my head, and these numbers are fairly substantially higher. So it suggests that you have an interesting and persuasive story to tell if you tell it. The words in the parentheses are just the themes, because I'm pretty sure
you don't want to sit here and listen to me read every statement for you. But clearly, the strongest of statements, one is about the first responders. You have, I don't have to tell you this, but you have pretty exceptional programs in training folks for nursing, firefighters, and paramedics, among, of course, other things. And these folks make a big difference in the community. They stay in the community and they service the community at times of need. They're always there. Strong message that really resonates with folks in your community, as well as repairs. And we identified each community college area so that people understood that you were going to provide improvements to all community college campuses and not solely, one versus another. They're all your favorites. And so we mentioned them as well. And then two other ones I'm going to mention. Obviously, you can't over message. It's never a good thing because people get confused as to why they're supporting it. But clearly, in this county, accountability matters. People will not vote for a measure because there's accountability, but they will vote against the measure if there isn't. And so ensuring that there's all the accountability that's required from a 55+1 school bond, of which, again, your legal counsel can inform you of, but certainly there's audits, there's oversight, and you provide your budget online that anyone could see 24/7. There is public disclosure of how you spend the money. And that's super important for your community. And of course, as we see at all community college districts, you're the best, maybe the best kept secret in the state. For a very relatively low cost, they get an amazing education. You can't beat it. And so people really appreciate that, and that typically scores quite well. So what happens when we introduce some educational statements? This is again for the May survey. On the initial vote, which you saw earlier, it was 62-32. And that was just when they heard the ballot title and summary. After education, support moves up 4 points, so a little bit above the margin of error. But for me, more importantly, the definitely yes is now at a healthier 39% for a 55+1 bond. And you'll note the definitely no, which I usually see as a floor, is 18%. Of course, we haven't said anything negative, which we then in the survey begin to do, because I'd like to say that you get a pass, but no measure ever gets a pass. There will always be people who will oppose it, and your district will not be unique to that. And so we tested opposition statements that we hear in every form of government and every educational district. You have the money, you're flushed with cash. And if you just cut waste and inefficiencies, you'd be able to do all the improvements that you would like to do. We hear that a lot. And these are challenging times, right? And so this is not the right time to do a particular measure. And we read it to them, and then we re-asked the ballot question, and you could see support drops from 66 to 58, with the margin of error and the 55+1, it could be a close vote. Having said that, what's striking to me is that definitely no never moves. It's only at 20%. And if I thought that at least a modest opposition would have a significant bearing on the success of this measure, I would have anticipated that definitely no vote to increase dramatically, and it doesn't. And that to me is an important flag. So if I can compare the January numbers to the May numbers, so this is what I presented when I last saw you. Each dot is the initial vote after education, the simulated education, and then the critical statement. On the left-hand side, the total yes is the blue bar, the total no is the orange bar, and the gray is the undecided. So you'll notice after the vote, after critical statements in January, the differential between yes and no is 9 points. It's pretty close. And you were teetering just on a majority. In May, the differential, if my math is right, is 24 points, 58-34. You're above, slightly above the 55%. You are within the margin of error. I would be shocked if there was ever a landslide in any ballot initiative in Ventura County. Any Ventura County measure will always be close. So, you know, it could potentially be close. There are no guarantees. But unlike the trend I'm seeing in other community college districts and frankly, other communities, be it special districts or cities, where there's been a substantial drop in their follow-up survey, yours is one of the few where I've seen a slight increase. So I want to sort of comparatively point that to you. And to make sure that you understand your community, as I know it's important for you to do, I'm showing you the votes for the folks who live in the Moore Park College area, using again your zip codes for that definition, the Oxnard College and the Ventura College, all substantially close at the end, with a 21% gap in Moore Park, 25 in Oxnard, and 26 in Ventura, favoring the support of the measure over the opposition of it. So in conclusion, first of all, thank you for your patience. And no one introduced me, so I'll tell you I'm Richard Bernard, partner at FM3 Research. Just so you know that. I know you've been listening to me for a while, wondering who's this guy. An 820 million bond measure continues to be viable for the November 2024 election, particularly if you continue to communicate. The measure has broad support across demographics and geography. You certainly saw that, certainly in terms of trustee districts. As with the baseline survey, when voters learn more about the purpose and the impact of the measure, support increases and solidifies. That being said, if there is a well-funded opposition effort, it will be a coin toss. So you have to be, you know this community better than I. And it's important for you to assess who are going to be the opponents, who's going to spend money. And that's an important consideration. Clearly, the key themes from this survey and the last, training first responders, preparing veterans for careers in universities, particularly 21st century careers, making needed repairs. We saw a lot of the mold, asbestos, leaky gas lines, and the like, preserving the affordability of local community colleges, and never forgetting to remind folks that there is strict accountability. They'll be watching you to make sure that you spend money as promised, so that you have a great track record of that and they expect that to continue. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll also be here as long as this team's here. So if you want to come back to me as well, happy to do that as in addition.
That may be helpful. Are there any immediate questions right now? If not, then we'll hear the rest of the team.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. I'm Ann Lamarena Rolene. I'm a partner at Norton Rose Fulbright. We have the privilege of serving as bond counsel to the district, and I'm also an Oxnard native, born in Port Hueneme, raised in Oxnard. I'm joined today by the district's municipal advisor. You want to introduce yourself?
Good evening, Chet Wang with Keegan.
And so Chet has all of the numbers information. So what's before you today as an information item is the resolution calling the election, as well as the bond package that if this board were to approve, particularly exhibits A, B, and C would be sent to the county registrar of voters in time for their filing deadline to appear on the November ballot. So Exhibit A includes the full text of the ballot proposition. That is the 75 words. That includes the amount authorized by the voters, the tax rate levied per 100,000 of assessed value, and the estimated amount generated annually while all of the bonds are outstanding. It includes findings, which sort of reiterate some of the whereas clauses. It contains links to the facility master plans of each of the campuses, and we can also add the district-wide facility master plan that I believe is being presented this evening. It also includes the project list that was compiled using some of the information that Richard just presented, as well as input from the community and input from each of your college vice presidents and other district staff. Again, this is all led by district needs and sort of what the community is willing to support. And in Exhibit C contains the tax rate statement that would also be included in the ballot pamphlet that would go to voters. It includes the best estimate of the average annual tax rate, the highest tax rate, as well as the best estimate of the debt service. That is the principal and interest to repay the bonds. And that's sort of in a nutshell. I mean, they also include the accountability measures as we went through sort of in our board study session a few months ago. If this board were to approve, if this information was presented to the voters at the November election, you wouldn't receive all $800 million at once. What then occurs is we come back to the board, you certify the election results, you have 60 days in which to appoint a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee comprised of at least 7 members representing different interests, including a member of a taxpayers association, someone active in a business association within the district, senior citizens organization, bona fide taxpayer, a student member who's enrolled and also active in student government, a member of the foundation, and so forth. The district would also be required, as far as accountability, to have annual financial and performance audits presented by a third-party auditor. And then the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee would provide annual reports presented to this board regarding how the district is expending your bond proceeds. But again, we would come back to the board before each bond issuance because the IRS has certain requirements. You cannot issue $800 million of bonds all at once unless you can spend it all within 3 years. So there is a plan that has been compiled based on the district's facilities needs, and you would issue in various series over a number of years. Do you have anything to add, or perhaps he's here if you have any questions regarding the tax rates, the assessed values, and how certain numbers were compiled?
I have a lot of questions, but it sounds like one of the areas of your focus was the full text of the ballot proposition. Is that?
Is that the 75-word question
Y-
or is the
yeah.
project list?
Well, both.
Okay.
So, is this a first read of the language? Because it is.
It is.
So how do you seek input from the board? Is it at this meeting that if we had, suggestions or questions regarding the language? Because I've seen other, college districts and boards get very involved with the language of the, or of the text of the actual 75.
Were there a number of ways we can do it? You know, earlier today, we received a number of comments from Board Chair Perez. And so we addressed each of those and we can incorporate some of those comments in the next draft. So you can provide those comments to district staff and we can go about it that way. Or if you feel as though as a board, you would like to send your comments or agree to certain comments, or if you have questions, then we're happy to answer those questions. There were some questions about some of the language. Some of the language reiterates the California Constitution, as well as certain statutory language and internal revenue code language and certain election requirements. So we try to incorporate it all here.
And then on the resolution itself, it's mentioned, it says, whereas a local college facilities improvement bond measure for the VCCCD must include a clear system of accountability, including a project list detailing exactly how the funds would be used. Is your understanding that the project list that we're seeing today in Exhibit A, which has a number of bullets and then breaks it down to 3 colleges, is that the detailed project list that it
That is,
explains exactly?
yes.
Okay. In the presentation we heard, there's a large sense of accountability that falls on the shoulders of the board. So for example, one of the leading statements was asbestos, lead, and mold. So if somebody hears that and then says, well, how bad is your asbestos issue? How much of this 820 or proposed $820 million bonds is going to address asbestos, mold, lead? Is that found, or is that somewhere within this project list? Or do we just, what do we say to constituents since that is the lead?
Well, it's included in the project list. First of all, before FM3 is even allowed to ask that question, they run their questionnaire by me, and I ask district staff whether these conditions exist within the district as council. And then, you know, as far as how much of that 820, this is all driven by the district's capital facilities needs. So the district could say, we want to build or renovate or repair this particular building, and perhaps they uncover those items. You know, that's more of a question of district staff as far as how much.
Yeah, no, I know you wouldn't
Trustee
be.
Chancellor, I'm
What's
sorry,
that?
excuse me. The presentation has been made. Let me call upon our public speaker who wanted to speak after the presentation. David Marin.
Thank you, President Perez, for the opportunity to speak. Chancellor McClellan, trustees, member of the community. My name is David Marin. I want to make it clear I'm here as an individual. And I just recap a few items. I think the 820 million now is just a staggering sum for Ventura County. My interest is because what the data shows is in Ventura County, we have challenging issues such as housing affordability, declining school enrollment, and the loss of young people who are moving out of the area because they can't afford to have a family here, or they decide to have less children. So anything like this that exacerbates those issues, such as raising rent that the bond will do, adding more cost to our businesses, it'll make it harder to attract businesses. I have to say, I don't think this is, I think it's just way too much. 100 million, I wouldn't be here, but 820 is staggering to me. I do want to remind the board that the taxpayers approved 350 million in 2002, and I didn't see it in the opposition statements that FM3 said, but I think when you talk to the voters and when they see it in the ballot arguments opposing this, that the boards or the district still owes about $250 million of that $350 million bond. I think that'll have a significant effect on potential voters. I also ask you to just recognize that even if this passes, let's say that you can get it passed, just consider the impact you'll make on Ventura County residents. Many homeowners are seeing adjustable rate mortgages go up. Many homeowners are seeing their fire insurance rates go dramatically higher. And even though you could get it passed, is this really the right thing for Ventura County? I think all of our institutions and our leaders need to be rowing in the same direction. As far as the resolution, I just want to make two quick recommendations. Section 12 states that it does not bind the district to make any expenditure, blah, 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 for items on the project list. And I think that gets you into the same boat we were in 2002, where things were promised and you have this caveat or wiggle room that you don't actually have to do it. To Mr. Chancellor's point, I agree. When I read the resolution and the talk about asbestos mold, I remember Phil Weston going around in 2002 with his number 2, I can't remember his name, talking about fixing up the buildings, getting rid of asbestos. They didn't talk about mold back then. I think that's like a red light that says we've got all these problems, which makes me say, why didn't you use the 350 million for some of these significant errors? Why are you bringing it up now? So my time is up. Want to be respectful. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, trustee Chancellor, I apologize. Go ahead.
So clearly this is a board chair decision, but I was looking at some of the other reports. Is it prudent to sort of address or to hear AFT, SEIU, presidents and those three, if they have any input on this before we make any sort of decision?
This,
The order it came where it is.
well, they could have had an opportunity to submit a speaker card as well on this specific item. And again, this is an informational item tonight. I guess in answer to your earlier question, I would encourage, and I would have thought that each of us, if we had any questions upon receiving the agenda materials, would have submitted them in advance so that staff and consultants could have worked on them. But there is still time for each of us to do that, especially if even I have new questions after hearing the presentation firsthand. So, and I hope you all did receive the responses to my questions that were submitted. So you should have. And do you have any other questions tonight?
Yeah, in the detailed list, through my, 6 years here and my numerous visits to Moore Park College, one of the biggest issues that I've heard from students is the lack of food services. And I didn't see that. And this project list to me is very vague, but maybe within that broad language, that is something that we're committing to addressing, where students at Moore Park College could find some food services, and also at Ventura College, burst food trucks and vending machines. That's one question I have.
A lot of nonverbal communication going across from me, so I think there's an answer for that.
Campus Center project for Moore Park College would include a food service area and also opportunities for students to gather. So it really takes what we currently have as our campus center and really expands that so that it meets the needs of the students as recorded in our facilities vision plan.
And for Ventura, that is in the Campus Student Center, which is one of the buildings that was addressed through the facility master plan. And areas of that to be moved into hopefully one day a new building that would be a one-stop for all student services.
Yes.
Just to clarify, if somebody's gonna vote a yes on this bond, or if this board is gonna recommend it, that it shows up on a ballot, we're telling constituents and voters and future students that we're gonna build food services within this 820 million. Like, we're gonna ensure that part of this bond will have food services built in. Just wanna get some clarification.
What I would think would need to be due is, once we know the amount, we would then have to go through a process to actually prioritize which projects. If you did every project on this list, it would far exceed the amount that we are raising. So at that point, we would need to then determine which priority of items we would do.
And I think, and I understand that, because for the list of projects, it's not enough, but where I'm having a hard time is that language that's in the resolution, including a project list detailing exactly how the funds would be used.
Which, can you point us to the language you're referring to?
Yeah, so it's on the second page in the middle. It says, whereas a local college facilities improvement bond measure must include a clear system of accountability, including a project list detailing exactly how the funds would be used. I understand we need flexibility in language of a proposed bond language, saying here's huge amount of projects that are the needs, we're hoping to get to it, but I think it's fair to the voters to say this for sure will be fulfilled. Because without that, there's a lot of room for hope so. But we don't know. And then if it doesn't get fulfilled, that falls on our shoulders, to be honest with you, as board members.
And there should also be flexibility in the event the district becomes eligible for state matching funds. So if the legislature releases funds or if the state issues funds and then offers community colleges funds for capital improvements, then the district would be required to come up with its state match in order to build their projects.
And then the only other, well, I have a couple other comments, but this is the last one for now. I'm having a hard time with the board's role at this point being left out of the process in a large sense. And here's an example. We started with nearly $1 billion, which came from the facilities master plans and outside agencies and different groups outside of the board. That number was never created by us. We've now heard that the number has been reduced to 820 million. There was no input. We're getting told that, but there was no input to the board saying, you know, here's the needs. Here's the projects that we need to fulfill. Here's some options. And I understand we want to hear from experts that that's your day job to find what's going to actually pass. But somewhere along the line, I would have thought that this board would have been included with developing or giving at least input on that number that will eventually the voters will have to be supporting and paying for.
Chancellor, do you care to respond, or the team in any way? And again, well, go ahead.
Good. This is an opportunity for that input. And I would also just like to remind the board that at every step of the development of all these plans and capital projects and the input that's come through the district, through the colleges, the district, and to the board, there's been quite a lot of involvement. And this is an activity that is blending a lot of interest. What the public is telling us they will support, what we've prioritized for the projects that we have, the question of alternative sources of funding coming in that would definitely might have an impact on any prioritization that we would do today. It could change that prioritization based on the available funds for projects that we've identified as need. So I guess, Trustee Chancellor, to your question about board input, you have opportunity, and that's the whole purpose of this exercise that we're going through this evening. As far as the 900+ million going to 820, I think that was explained in the presentation of looking at how do what would the impact of changing that number and the per $100,000 tax rate, what would influence would that have on voter perceptions or voter intent? And that was primarily the reason that was developed that way. But certainly the board has every ability to look at those numbers, go up, down. We're using the expertise of some very credible work by these experts to help guide us into making those decisions, which is why the presentation to the board tonight.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I suppose what would have helped me give input on a number, because from what it sounds like so far, the decision to go from $1 billion to 820 was based solely on the chances of it passing versus a prioritized list of these are our top priorities from our project list. These are what we really, really need to get passed. Let's develop a number and seek board input based on that number. Because there are not dollar amounts attached to this project list. So it's really hard to, take, for example, here's one, the first one, preparing students for 21st century jobs. That just doesn't feel or sound like a project list to me. It sounds like a statement of something we want to do. and should be doing and are doing. But I'm having a hard time taking that into in a project list. And I know we have lists, different buildings or different department, like for example, at Moore Park College, something on the project list, it says construction, reconstruction, renovation, replacement, demo, site development, including but not limited to humanities, Fountain Hall, technology and business. Like if this is a detailed project list, those aren't the details that I need to support. Like what exactly are we going to do to the humanities building? What will this campus center explicitly look like? Where will the food services be? How many students will be served by the food services? Will the food be, are we going to have facilities that are going to be able to process and cook the food on site? Or is it just a staging center where we bring food services in? And these are important questions. And it sounds like this is the opportunity to be provided that information.
I don't know, but I think it's way too early to drill down to that level of specificity because, I mean, that's just not how these efforts work. And maybe I misheard you, but I don't think that the need amount of 2 billion has been dropped down to 820. 2 billion has been dropped down to 820. It was through the process of our professional experts, and that's who we rely upon to look at all the data, all the information. And again, let me remind that there has been through the facility master plans, an identified need of approximately 2 billion, 2.3. It almost grows daily just due to a number of factors. But, it's not reducing the proposed bond amount isn't, I think it's unfair to characterize it as coming up with a number solely for the purpose of it passing. I think to a large extent, this effort is responsive to the voting electorate and their reality, as David Marin identified. Housing is increasing, insurance costs are increasing. Depending on where the home buyer is or was, they're faced with variable interest rates that are only going up. We have to recognize those realities that are challenges to any bond effort succeeding. And so it's, as the chancellor said, there's a lot of valid yet competing factors and interests that's our role right now is to weigh it all. And the fact remains, we have an identified need in this district for our 3 campuses to maintain them, to continue providing the high level of educational and career training opportunities. I mean, look, all 3 colleges were named in the top 150, and in fact, the top 50, if I remember correctly, 50 or 30 in the Aspen Institute's program for excellence in college, top 20, excuse me. And that doesn't just happen. They have to be provided the resources to continue that good work. And our community expects and deserves that high level of provision of educational services. So, there is a cost of doing business for everybody, including the taxpayers, that, you talk about it falling on us. What happens if we don't have the funds to keep our buildings in a safe and healthy and proper working condition? I wouldn't want to face that criticism. That our number one purpose in serving our students is, and also our workforce, is to provide a healthy and safe working and learning environment. And, would I prefer that we didn't have to go out for a bond measure and put this tough question before the voters? Yes. But we all see what's happening with the state of education funding. It keeps getting pushed down to all local levels of government. And I can't explain why other jurisdictions have chosen not to proceed with a bond measure or have lessened their goal, or how other community college districts may have gone out for smaller bites, now hoping to go out for that next smaller bite. in who knows what economic environment at that time. I think we're doing ourselves a disservice if we don't go for what we know we need and for what we believe with the information provided to us gives us a viable chance of success.
Chair Press. if I may.
Trustee Licknell?
I do need to go backwards just for a minute and
Sure.
say hello to my good friend.
Oh,
there,
yeah.
Mr. Martin. Here, it's good to see you. It's been a long time. Hope your family's well. Great presentation. I think I heard Mr. Bernard say pretty clearly that based on the information received through our surveys, almost 900 individuals surveyed, that the number was adjusted. I want to make sure that I have this right. That number was adjusted based on feedback, input, based on your data, based on your expertise.
We looked at the results from your first survey, your baseline survey, and noticed that a cost sensitivity, perhaps for many of the reasons that were mentioned tonight. I mean, there's a maximum amount yet you're allowed to go out per 100,000 of assessed value, and I would defer to the finance folks on that. So there is a top limit. You can't just say, you know,
Right.
we want $5 billion. We'll cover everything. It's just never going to happen in one issue, in like one bond measure. So you're limited there. We looked at a variety of numbers at 100,000 of assessed value, and the higher ones seem to have lower intensities of support. And it suggested to me, because you were teetering in your last survey on potentially passing or not, that perhaps lowering the number a little bit would improve your viability a little bit. And so that was the intent. I mean, I don't do things randomly. I look at the data and evaluate it that way. Ultimately, it is at the discretion of you folks. You know, my recommendation is to try to minimize your risk and improve your viability. Ultimately, you're way smarter than me in terms of your needs, and you can say, hey, let's, you know, go $1.5 billion, whatever you're actually legally able to do with the dollar figure. But then you can go out with good intentions, but if you don't pass it, we're back to this maybe 2 years from now with more leaky roofs and certainly more needs than less needs.
Sure. So at the end of the day, the $19 per 100,000 of assessed value holds better than the $23 per assessed value.
Well, in comparative across the surveys, yes.
Based on your data.
That's right.
And so it's your recommendation. Okay.
That's right.
And so that's why we're here today, to have those conversations and come to a number that we're all comfortable with, whether it's lower than 19 or higher than 23. I think up to 25 is our maximum that we're allowed to go to. So we could go that high if we wanted to, but we know we can't get to the $1.5 billion of need. And so it seems that I agree with what you're saying, that lowering that amount to get potentially half of our project solved would be prudent, perhaps at this time, as opposed to going so high that we end up with nothing. And then I have a question for Ms. Rowland, and that is, it seems like we have a cart and horse issue here, is what I'm hearing from Trustee Chancellor. And so in your experience and based on, I assume, other bond measures that you've led, when is the appropriate time? So I think we have a solid foundation of a list with the work that was done at the sites, most recently at Moore Park College. And I think they've done excellent work in producing their needs list, their facilities master plans. When is the appropriate time for that master plan or whatever other projects may come into the fold for that ultimate list that needs to go out either to the voters ahead of schedule or at some point during the process? When is the appropriate time for that list to be formulated in a little bit more solid form than what I might call a nebulous master plan that's all inclusive? Is that clear?
I mean, again, the registrar of voters has a deadline from which the project list needs to go, and the project list needs to be flexible enough to allow the district to make decisions based on your immediate capital needs, based on the timing, based on, again, your needs at the time. So I have had districts say with specificity, we need to paint these handrails or repair these stairs or replace this type of fencing. And then 10, 15, 20 years down the line, they come back to me and say, can we do this? And I'll take a look at the list and say, but it doesn't say, this type of fencing or this type of stairway or, whatever it is. So there is a balance between specificity of what your needs. If it appears on the project list, you can do it. I will look at it. Your Citizens Bond Oversight Committee will review it. You as a board will review it before each issuance to determine how much you're going to issue at that time. And then we'll take a look at the tax rate to see, can you issue Series A of this much and then Series B 3 years later of this much based on your capital needs, and then your district staff will go out and bid. And again, as you know, construction costs fluctuate also. So even if we were to assign a dollar sign to each project, those can all change day by day.
Do you, going back to the deadline, when that list has to be prepared and presented, do you have that deadline? Do you know what that deadline is?
The county registrar of voters deadline is July 1st in Ventura County. And I believe your next scheduled board meeting is the last regularly scheduled board meeting in which to approve the bond package.
Okay.
Well, it's at our next special meeting, June
Correct.
18th.
Yeah.
Trustee Mantu?
I do have one more.
Oh, sorry.
Number of issuances. Is that determined through the process? In other words, as we're spending money and we look forward to, here's the next set of projects. So can we anticipate how many issuances there will be? Or
Is that a function of project readiness?
It is. And good evening, Chair Perez, trustees, Dr. McLennan. So to answer your question, if a bond measure is approved, and let's say that number is $820 million, as Ann mentioned, the district under the IRS rules will have generally a 3-year time frame to spend down its proceeds. So at the time of Series A, you might say, we're getting started on our construction. We want to get some visible projects started. Series A will be $50 million. And then Series B, we've got big shovels on the ground. We've got food services buildings, and that might be $200 million. So the amount and the number of series can change per bond program. The only limit is going to be the total amount of $820 million, if that is the final number that is decided on.
and that flow of the issuances, as you described it, that's kind of typical the way these bonds roll out and how these operate.
Very much so. It's very common for bond programs to have 3, 4, 5 issuances. Measure S for $350 million that approved in 2002, as referenced by this gentleman, had 3 series of bonds, each issued 3 years apart.
So I think what would help me is, and this may be a loaded question, I'm not sure you can answer it, either one of you could answer it on the spot, but are we well poised from the standpoint of project list, the survey that we got back, the information that we have, are we well poised to take this bond measure on and put it on the ballot for November and have a potential positive outcome? And again, it's all encompassing from the standpoint of project lists, vision, and where we are with our community.
So I guess I'll speak to the data and a little bit about the politics because I've worked in this county for more than 2 decades. So the data suggests that you have a path to victory under certain circumstances. There will never be a for sure thing. I will assure you, and particularly in this county, there's a lot of history of well-intentioned but failed measures. So I will put that up front. The data suggests, with the measure that at least the 75 words that the consultants are proposing, ultimately it will be in your hands. Though I have seen, I won't speak for this district, I have seen in real time board members tweak the ballot language, which has been extensively researched to death in terms of words. They put in their pet projects and then they place it on the ballot and they wonder why it's failed. So it sort of it was a gut feeling people chose, and they ultimately it's your discretion. The other thing I want to point out is that when I was here earlier in the year, there was a real possibility that there could be one, if not two measures on the ballot in addition to yours. Or at one point, there was the potential for a citizens initiative for roads. And another one was for, then there was a discussion of needed affordable housing, which everyone needs, every county needs. Neither of them, to my knowledge, are going to be on the November 2024 ballot. And unless someone knows something that I don't know, the community college will have its own lane countywide. The history tells us, and I started doing research a little bit in 2004, I believe, when there was a VCTC measure and an open space measure. And the fact that two of them were on at the same time hurt each other, and both went down in flames significantly. And so that's another element that I can't measure in the survey, but I can look at past election cycles to help inform this information as well.
You know, if I may, in response to your question, I would ask the consultant team leader from Clifford Moss, Bonnie Moss, to weigh in. She's online, I understand, if she can be made available regarding the viability of the effort. No, she's not. Okay, I thought she was available, and when go ahead.
What I don't want to be get lost in kind of my question. I want to make sure that we as a district are in a good place from the steps process. Are we in a good place from process standpoint to vote yes and put this measure on the ballot from the standpoint of our consultants and the individuals that we're paying to help us through this process? So that includes the project list, the things that I mentioned. You know, the dollar amount ultimately, quite frankly, is less important to me than having a successful bond. I want to make sure that some of our high need projects can be completed. And so I just want to make sure that process wise, we're in a good place, that we haven't missed anything, that we can move forward confidently knowing that what we should be doing has been either completed or is in process.
Yes, if you were to vote this evening and vote yes, this package would be ready to go to the registrar of voters.
And if I can also answer your question, there are more things for you to do.
Yeah.
Once you place this on the ballot. If you don't do it, you know, it's a coin flip. And also, I also say to evaluate in your community the potential for an expansive opposition effort. And that's a very critical element for you to consider.
I would like to think that we wouldn't be here where we are tonight if we weren't ready to move forward process-wise. Trustee Mantu.
Thank you, Chair Perez. A couple of areas I'd like to touch on. First is I still am experiencing some confusion regarding the project list and what may not be on the project list. I heard a statement that if it's on the list, it can be done. I'm looking at page A5, where it talks about the project list includes, but is not limited to. So what is it? If we want to build an educational center in the East campus, as a new East campus, can we do it if it's not on the project list because we've mentioned Ventura College East Campus? Yes or no? It's a legal question.
The question is, you've mentioned Ventura College East Campus, and if the district were to come and ask, can we construct
An educational center.
an educational center?
That is not specifically on the project list? Can we do it?
Well, there is sort of general language that allows the construction of facilities on district sites.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Okay, thank you.
And is identified in the district
Okay,
master facilities plan.
And this is my personal confusion, but it's very important that I hear this and that other people in this room hear that. You know, and I think that will end up facilitating where we want to go. The other area I want to talk about a little bit is not so much the amount of the bond, because I think we're all getting used to very large numbers in the 21st century. And if we're not used to them, we'd better get used to them. I suspect that, as you alluded to, many of the project costs that we may have some estimate for today, by the time we get around to actually realizing them, could be double. But what I think our consultant from FM3 touched on was very important. What people pay attention to might be, how much am I going to be assessed per $100,000 of the value of my home for this bond? And the $19, I notice in the language, talks about on average. That means it could be more, correct?
So on the date of each issuance, let's say we would come back to the board after a successful bond election, and this board would vote yes to issue Series A in the amount of, let's say, $50 million. Before that transaction would close, we would run the assessed values, and we would ensure that on the date of closing, you would not exceed the $19 per 100,000. Now, after that transaction closes, the AV could go up or down, but as of the date of closing, we cannot issue a valid bond opinion unless we were shown a schedule with not exceeding the $19.
Okay. And also, I want to return to some comments made about how much is still owed on Measure S. And I recall from a previous presentation that we may be paying, taxpayers may be paying somewhere in the neighborhood of $14 per $100,000 of assessed valuation. I don't need the exact amount, but based upon that, the debt from Measure S was expected to be retired in 2033. Am I close to being accurate?
You're you're very spot on, actually. So the final year of Measure S will take place in 2033. The most current tax rate as of the 23-24 fiscal year is $14.40 per 100,000.
Thank you very much. And so I guess my final question is it within the purview or the authority of this board, should this measure get on the ballot and be successful, that the board could delay issuance of series of bonds under this measure until the underlying debt from Measure S is retired?
That is certainly an option.
And that would be, it would require a vote of the Board of Trustees, one way or another.
If a bond measure is passed, there's no set time frame by which you are required to issue the first or the last series of bonds. Once you do issue, then you're subject to the IRS spend down rule, where under tax exempt bonds, you would spend that within a 3-year time frame.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Torres.
It just caught my attention. You said that we can construct in district sites, right? So like our Ventura College, Oxnard College, and Moore Park College. So we're able to construct in our campuses, but if we wanted to find a new location, that really isn't covered. I mean, if I understand it correctly, because it's only on district sites, and our district sites that we own, that are ours, are Moore Park, Oxnard, and Ventura. And so we can construct and we can build as much as we want in those 3 areas. And that's what it will allow. I just asked that because when Trustee Mantu asked about construction, it was said yes, as long as it's on district sites.
There's also a bullet point on page A5 regarding land acquisition for growth and expansion. There might also be a section regarding leases.
Okay.
Double check. So if a property were to become available and this board were to approve, you could potentially use bond proceeds for that purpose.
If I may.
Okay. So I have a couple of questions and it becomes more with Richard and it comes more in terms of the survey itself. So I know that in January you conducted a survey and was that sample of 900 individuals?
981.
981.
Yep.
Are those the same individuals that were surveyed in May?
No, I mean, there may be a couple of people who also took the survey in both, but the vast majority of them were new people.
So there's a possibility that some of the ones that said no in May are still feeling no. So we have completely new voters. And the reason I say that is because at least the way I was interpreting the data. So when I looked at there's an improvement in yes
Yeah.
and perhaps a decline in no, I'm thinking I'm looking at pre-data and post-data. And so this truly tells me that some of the efforts perhaps that I did are really being, that the voters are being receptive, because at the beginning, when I went in January to go ask, they were like, no, or I don't know. And so I went ahead and I did some intentional education and I went back to ask and they're telling me, okay, yes, I'm a yes. And there's been movement. So now that I know that there's more voters, we really don't know where the other voters are or how do they feel, perhaps. And so when I look, you also made a statement saying that we're at the 55% threshold +1 soft, so that there's still a lot of more work that needs to be done. I remember back in January and actually in our meeting that we had with the Board of Trustees, and I believe, and help me, Trustee Perez, I think it was back in maybe perhaps March when we had everybody come, consultants. Do you remember when you came and you gave us, like, it was a special board meeting? And so you weren't here, but you presented, I think, in February, the results. But one of the things that was discussed is the questions, getting a sense for us as a board, what are we asking the voters? What are we asking people? And I remember for us, that was important to know. So asbestos, or if it's going to be land acquisition, whatever it is we're going to do, that our voters are being informed, like this is what we're going to do. One of the things that the consultants mentioned, and I haven't heard very much details about this, is that this project list was also going to have community input. And there is some input from perhaps certain areas, but we're also missing input from perhaps other areas. And so we have the district that submitted their list, and I still remember the sweet spot. And I remember that's how it was explained to us as Board of Trustees. The district is going to introduce a project list that they've gathered, in this case, from their facilities master's plan. And then there's going to be, however the district or however it's done, some input from community. And then we look at the both areas of priorities. We look at the district priorities, which is what we have in front of us. And then we have community priorities. At this point, and I asked it back in March, I didn't see community. And I wanted to know that process of how that input was obtained to get to a sweet spot. Back in March, or was it in April, there was a meeting that we had as a board, and they said we have come to our sweet spot. And at that point, that wasn't the case. And so I always like for the board, the process. So perhaps the legal process is followed. We have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but then it comes as a board. And so for me as a board member, I like to know this is why, these are the questions, and these are the questions that we're going to send out. And this is the reason as to why. This is the amount we're going to ask. And this is as to why. When we went to the Board of Trustees meeting back in May, the annual convention, I asked about the bond and the time that it takes really and to do some truly good research into what are our needs. How do we come about and decide that a bond is necessary, particularly at this time? It's usually like about an 18-month process, and there's conversations. And as a board, even prior to hiring consultants, we said, this is what we want to do. And so let's bring on our consultants because we're ready to go. We did all of our research. We did all of our deliberation and conversation beforehand. And then this is what we're going to do. To me, as a board member of one, it seems like there was perhaps conversations at some point and decisions were made, and all of a sudden now we're going to go for a bond. And perhaps there was no conversations, but I don't feel like I have been involved in the process. I have a process that was presented to me and I have been called to vote on it.
but never before in terms of, hey, do we want to go in this direction? Do we want to go for a bond? It was more, we talked about a bond back in February of 2023. And there was discussion that we would have to have 18 months. And then come January, we have all of a sudden a vote to see, do we want to approve a certain amount to bring in consultants to do this bond work? Whereas for me as a trustee, I would have liked, in terms for me, the process, a true process would have been, we did our due diligence in terms of discussing, looking at work, we said, hey, we want a bond. So let's look at our facilities master's plans. What is it that we want to do? And so now let's go get some consultants to be able to do this work for us. I know that perhaps this isn't a question for the consultants, but it's more for the board. Process is important to me, and I have a list that has been put together. I have felt a process that has been very rushed. I'm curious to know what has been in terms of community. So I hear from the facilities. Has there been any community input that we've gathered from all over our county? And what has that process looked like in order to obtain that piece of information of what community members would like and priorities? And that would be a district question, or maybe it exists and I'm just not aware of it.
Okay, hold that thought. And before I call on the chancellor, and our consultant, Bonnie Moss, is online, but before I call on you, Bonnie, I'll ask the student trustee if she cares or has any questions on the information in front of us.
I don't have any questions, but I think I just want to point out how important it is for students and student needs and bring it back to that the priority should be on health and safety of students. And so I hear mold or unkept facilities that are potentially harming the health and safety of students. And I just want to bring it back to that. That's why I'm here. That's why all of us are here, to advocate for student needs. And that goes beyond, I think, the cost of everything, that the cost of everything is on the shoulders of students. Maybe going to classrooms and that don't have kept up facilities. And I just want to bring it back to that the student needs and priorities should be first for that.
Thank you. Chancellor, your comments, and then followed by Bonnie Moss.
Thank you. Trustee Torres, I want to remind everybody in this work that we've been doing. We did begin discussing this last year in earnest, and the community input and the stakeholder input has really been captured throughout the processes of the campuses developing their facility master plans. And all of that, everything that's in that mix has been presented to in some detail to the board and approved by the board. The decision to pursue this in the pace that we're doing now, that even though I presented my draft goals to the board about a little over a year ago for the current year, I think the board acted on those goals in August or maybe September of this year. We had already begun working on the structure and the process to get ready in anticipation of moving towards a bond. In large, it's no small thing that when we compare ourselves to other districts and where they are in their timelines and their processes, we're all in different places. We had and it's not serendipity, it was the forethought to have these 3 campus facility master plans being teed up in place. As they were being teed up, there was always conversation, discussion of a potential bond in the future, because in the state of California, that's how community college capital projects get funded for the most part. There are some state matching funds that comes occasionally, but by and large, it's through the bonding process. It's the lever we have to pull as a district to make the capital improvements and facilities that we need to. But most importantly, from the board's involvement in this, you did set as a goal for me this academic year to pursue the viability of a bond, which is what has led us here today. And all along, at least on my part, and I think on the part of staff, we've certainly done our best to keep the board informed and up to date on the work and the progress that we've been making on this work. I'll end there.
Thank you. Bonnie?
Yes, good evening, Chair Perez, members of the board, Chancellor, and guest tonight. I'm Bonnie Moss with Clifford Moss. We are leading the feasibility effort with others that you've been hearing from tonight. And I very much appreciate the Chancellor's comments just now, because what I want you to know, having done this work for 25 years, is that facility bonds are the way that community college districts and school districts have to update their physical plant, their buildings, technology, and capital assets. There is not money at the local district level to meaningfully and effectively upgrade facilities. And so for the past several decades, at least the last 2 decades in particular, since Proposition 39 was approved by the California voters, this is the way to put a facilities bond measure on the ballot and let the people vote. This is the way that districts like yours choose to upgrade their facilities. And if they don't do that, then they must own the result, which is continuing aging facilities, deteriorating facilities, outdated facilities. So this whole process that you and staff and the team that you're hearing from tonight have been going through is a process to look at the following things. First, the mission of the district. And it is the driving force for an affordable higher education. That piece is required for being successful in today's bond election environment. Secondly, is there evidence of need? And what we heard on April 29th at a board study session was a review of each of the 3 college campus facility master plans that the Chancellor referred to just now. Each of those having a facilities master plan that is not just the district, but is literally from each of these college campuses, is a prerequisite to be ready for the ballot. And you have those. Next is there any listening that is happening? And we've heard that there has been listening as those facility master plans were created. There has been listening over the last many months. There has been listening in 2 very significant and focused research studies from FM3 Research, which is, in my opinion, the leading local revenue measures, facilities bond measure research firm in the state. And they have conducted that research with voters that together literally match and mirror the turnout that we would expect in a November 2024 election. And so no matter what your level of understanding is about that research, what I can tell you is that it is extremely highly predictive. When I see research from FM3, I believe it because it turns out to be true over and over and over again. So what we're seeing in this research is that we are in range. Does that guarantee a win? No, it does not. But it does say that we are in range should the board choose to place a measure on the ballot and let the people vote. Lastly, there has been a lot of talk about other competing measures, and I believe Dr. Richard Bernard, who is with you tonight, I believe him when he says, if we had another county-wide measure that was heading for the ballot in Ventura County, it would raise our risk factors significantly. But at this date, we are not hearing about another competing measure. So to your point, Chair Perez, I think you asked, are we positioned to go to the ballot and be successful? My answer is there is a lot of evidence here that this district has taken steps to properly prepare to make its case to the voters of Ventura County. Are we guaranteed to win? No. But there has been ample work to prepare for the ballot and let the people vote.
Thank you, Trustee Chancellor.
Couple of comments. I just want to tell a little history on my own process in this. You know, when I was first elected, was quickly introduced to the giant need within our 3 colleges and district facilities wise, and it was remarkable. And from that moment on, it was very evident that the way forward to meet some of those needs was a bond. And that's why I'm sure Trustee Perez and Trustee Torres, from the beginning, I was very supportive and very vocal. And the only reason from the early days before you guys were elected, very vocal for a bond. Fast forward to this point, and I want to sort of tag on Trustee Lickle's comments on the process and the timeline of a detailed project list. I understand that there are certain requirements that we legally need to do. But this decision's in front of this board. And if this board comes to a consensus, or even a minority for that matter, as much as one trustee says we need some specificity, we need some details. What projects in that first installment within the 3 years from the IRS says we have to pay, are we committing as a floor? Maybe more, maybe less, but which ones are we committing to the voters that we will fulfill? Because I know, Trustee Mantooth, you were very direct within regards to land acquisition and a student center in the East Campus. But what I'm not hearing is, are we committing to that will be fulfilled within this bond? We're saying maybe. And I can tell you, if I were voting on a maybe, I know what my vote would be. And I'm sitting here and I think the voters, they're okay. I don't want to speak for all of them, but I think a lot of voters are okay with general, and I think that was your job, was to seek out a project list that would meet the voter needs. But I can tell you, my constituents elected me to dig in and to say, what is the exact details of this project list? What will be fulfilled? What won't be? What are the costs involved? What will actually occur? And what I'm really struggling is, what's stopping this district from developing that project list and a timeline of projects? Because this is, even hearing the idea of the 3 issuance 1, 2, and 3, we have 3 years to then spend the money within the first rollout of funds. What's in that 3 years? And if there's a member on this board that says, I need that to feel comfortable moving forward, I would think and I would hope that that would be fulfilled. And as of now, it hasn't been. And I can tell you from the beginning, I have been extremely vocal. And for the record, I'm continuing to be vocal that that project list specificity and timeline is not there. Because I'm not comfortable saying student center, food services, safety, asbestos removal. It's on the list. But are we actually committing to the voters? It will be done. And when I do look at other community college districts and their journey of going from start to finish of a bond, they have it. They have it within a first read, a second read. The data is reported to the board. There are questions on it, even language of the ballot verbiage. And we're not doing that. And that falls on us. So I know that a large attention and efforts have been focused on what will get this through the finish line of the voters. I just really wish the efforts were focused on what will get it through the finish line of this board. And this is the board that we have. And if there are certain specific needs that this board has to be supportive of it, I really wish those were paid attention to and acknowledged and addressed. And as of now, they haven't been. And we, so that's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions for tonight on this information presentation topic? If not, and I will take that comment as a question. And so between now and next week, in some way, shape, or form, your comments can be addressed as appropriate and as helpful also. With that, Bonnie, thanks for joining in. And to the rest of the consultant team here, thank you. I wish you could come before us and offer this guarantee, but I know that's not possible. But I like the information that you presented. It's a lot of information that was presented tonight. We have a week to go through it again. I'll take the liberty on behalf of the consultant team that they have offered to make themselves available to us as individual trustees to ask them any questions and so they can respond. We were all provided the opportunity regarding community input to offer names in the community for them to seek out and survey. So I think I'm comfortable with the process thus far, let me say that, and look forward to our any additional information between now and next week and our discussion next week. And I think two things. One, student trustee, thank you for refocusing on why we're all here. And Bonnie, thank you for actually, the question before us is ultimately, are we going to give the voting public an opportunity to say yay or nay? So with that, I'm ready for about a 10-minute break. I hope the rest of you are. And we're in recess. Okay, if we can reconvene, please. And we will, we are at item 6.04, College Associated Student Government Reports, and I'll ask our student trustee to introduce any student government representatives here.
Hey, hello everyone. Welcome back. I just want to introduce Rigoberto, who is the Oxnard College president, and he will be giving the student report for Oxnard College.
Board of Trustees and Student Trustee. My name is Rigoberto Osorio. I'm the new Associate Student Government President at Oxnard College. For those of you interested, I'm an English major. I'm starting my second year at Oxnard College. As for my report, I just like to say that we're currently planning our swearing in last transition of power meeting. Our new board consists of our president, myself, our vice president, Ashley Piter, our director of public relations, Valerie Castellanos, student life, Azul Castillo, academic affair, Potros Saleb, and athletics, Ariana Villalobos Castillo. And I'd also like to congratulate Ms. Whalen on her position. Thank you.
Thank you, Rigoberto, and welcome to your role. 6:05 AFT report.
Is this on? Is this on?
Yeah,
Okay, I think I
remember,
got
there's
it.
that slight delay.
It'll take me a while with the microphone. My name is Teresa Bonham, and I am the president of AFT Local 1828. Good evening, trustees and chancellor. AFT is working hard for our faculty, and the negotiations team has been making steady progress with the compressed calendar. We are working in good faith with the district to progress on the remaining items. AFT was thankful to hear in the last board meeting that the district is financially stable with a strong reserve. Does have bond. On proposal calls for numerous buildings to be built on the 3 campuses. We note, however, many classes online. There are fewer college students taking face-to-face courses, it seems. It seems our college are being defined as only brick and mortar colleges. Then why are these buildings needed? Campus classroom buildings have been in disrepair for years. The bond is proposed to undertake these repairs. Why has the district not made repairs before? The district proposes construction, reconstruction, repairs, etc. of district facilities. These facilities do not offer classes or courses for students, so why the inclusion? How much input has the district received from stakeholders on this, and who are the stakeholders? We hope the board considers these questions. AFT has some concerns because this could be a big cost to taxpayers, and there will be other school district bonds on the ballot. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and Chancellor McLennan and guest. Maria Urenda on behalf of SEIU. We are happy to report that we have our first date on the books for negotiations tomorrow for our reopener on wages and benefits. We look forward to meeting with the district's team, setting additional dates, and are eager to report back to this board at the next board meeting. We also want to thank outgoing classified Senate President Linda Resendez for her years of service and her advocacy for the classified voice. Linda has always led with passion and a heart. We have greatly appreciated working with her these many years. We also, on that note, want to thank April Montes and Olivia Long for keeping the seat filled at BC and assuming duties in this very important role. We also know that we have two new presidents for classified presidents. We want to welcome Michael Hayden for Ventura College and Rebecca Stroud for Moorpark College. We look forward to continue to strengthen the Senate union collaboration that we share with all four classified Senate presidents. We also had an email this week that went out that we want to, that our chief, Kelly Florman, is leaving our district, and we want to thank her for her service here at VCCCD. Although it was brief, we have enjoyed working with her and appreciated her advocacy for the police department and our members' needs. Staffing issues and concerns of safety are still remain in a very critical stage. These need to be addressed. Again, the chief dealt with it and definitely moved the needle forward. Her fire and her passion for doing so has also inspired us, and we are going to continue to bring these issues up in future board meetings. Lastly, and certainly not least, we want to extend our appreciation to President Hoffmans for her dedication to classified and for bringing trust back where it was so desperately needed after years of so much uncertainty. We are thankful for the collegial way in which issues and concerns for our members' needs were addressed during her years of service. It was noticed. It was so much appreciated by our members. Thank you. Thank you for that. I do want to end, I know I was reading through some leadership information not too long ago at a convention at SEIU that I attended in Philadelphia. And a quote by Jack Maxwell came up. Leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. So with that, I'm thankful for the leaders. I'm thankful, and I wish you all the best in your retirement. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee, chancellor. I do want to welcome Sarah. Sarah Whalen is a Raider, and we're glad to have a Raider representing the students of the college district. Also welcome to Rebecca Stroud, classified Senate President from Moorpark College. A big thank you to Linda Resendez. Linda tirelessly invested in making sure that our classified professionals have a voice on our campus, as well as coordinating across the district with her colleagues. And it was a pleasure to have Linda serve the college in this role. And I'm glad to have her back fully as my exec assistant again. I do want to say congratulations to my friend and my colleague, Dr. Kim Houcklands, whose retirement is bittersweet for us. Kim was on my hiring committee when I was hired as the dean here at Moorpark College, and has been a great friend over the last 18 years, and gone through some good times and some challenging times together. And I know that she's going to thoroughly enjoy her retirement and continue to give back to the community in a variety of ways. But thank you for being a colleague, and thank you for your leadership at the college district. I have some great news, which as some of you might have already heard. Moorpark College has been identified as an Aspen Top 10 finalist.
Hey.
Thank you. It is really kudos to our faculty, to our staff, to our administrators, and certainly to our students, because the student success data is a very significant part of why we're where we are today. It is also very important to acknowledge that Moorpark College is the only college in California, the only community college in California on the top 10 list. And being on the list a second time around in a 2-year period not only speaks to the gravitas of the work we're doing with our labor partners, the gravitas of the work we're doing with our students, with our community leaders in making sure that we meet the needs of our campus community. The next steps in that process is that in September, there will be a 2-day visit from the Aspen site visit team. That site visit team they've asked us for dates for that visit, and we provided them with September 25th and 26th. It's a 2-day visit. They have a full day visit and they have a half-day visit where they have a chance to ask questions about campus community, about stakeholders, our partners, and it's a way of them validating what we say we are doing in support of student success and equitable outcomes. So we're looking forward to that visit on the week of September 25th and 26th. Also, kudos should go to our Computer Network Systems Engineering program. That program has been identified by the NSA, as a Center for Academic Excellence. And that takes a 5-year process where the college is then investigated, the faculty and staff are vetted for their capacity to deliver instruction. And it is this really high caliber for an institution to be identified as an NSA certified Center for Excellence. There's only a handful of those colleges in California. And so to be part of that august group of institutions is something to be very proud of. I do want to reach out and say a very big thank you to our professors Edmund Garcia and Kevin Rickard and other faculty in the CNSE program. You should know that Professor Garcia took additional courses so as to better prepare himself on our program so that we can be recognized as a Center for Academic Excellence. That designation has caught the attention of our community partners and our stakeholder partners in the Navy and in other military branches. And so what this tells us is that we're doing the work of making sure that our institution is recognized as an exemplary place of training for their employees. And in so doing, we add additional value to our community. So we're very proud of that. Like our sister colleges, we've had a flag raising for LGBTQ Pride Month. And we had that last week. And today we had a workshop where our students were invited into the Learning Center and the Writing Center to participate in a workshop where they were able to sort of document their stories, and in documenting their stories, make their lives visible. We're very proud of that opportunity. Let's see, what else do I have here? Okay, that is it for me at Moorpark College. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Moorpark College, Oxnard College.
Well, how do I follow that? Interim President Cobian asked me to highlight 3 elements for Oxnard College. One was our Pride flag raising event, which we had last week. Thank you, Chair Perez, for being at that event. We welcome your words and your commitment to the community there. It was an excellent event with more than 5 community groups present, speeches from faculty and 2 students. Right before the pandemic hit, we made a decision as a college to revitalize our Child Development Center, and then the pandemic happened. So we've been working on that in recent years, and we're very excited that we've been approved to expand our license to infants and toddlers, and we'll begin that service in August. We think that'll be a benefit to a lot of our students who are parents because they have children in those age groups. And the last thing won't be in the written report. We received it yesterday. We have a community partnership with United Way VITA Tax Preparation Program. We're very excited to hear from them that 5 students were involved and approved to prepare taxes. One of them got to run the center at times. We had 300 community tax returns prepared in our center, over $400,000 in refunds processed for the community, including over $145,000 in earned income tax credit, which United Way considers critical to developing low-income communities. Thank you.
I need to go to OC for tax preparation and get a refund. Dr. Hoffman's, Kim, Ventura College.
Okay, so thank you so much. Tonight has been very humbling and I don't know, very honored to be able to serve our colleges so well. I prepared a written report because I knew that I was going to have a hard time. So here I go. In my final president's report, I want to thank Chair Perez and the VCCCD Board of Trustees for the lovely resolution in my honor, and the recognitions by the Academic Senate, the Classified Senate, AFT, my colleague in nursing, Jamie Maxey, and to all of you who are here tonight. It has been a sincere pleasure for me to work at our district for 31 years. As a faculty member, administrator, and now president of Ventura College. I will always tell everyone that I have the best job in the world. And it's true because I'm able to assist our students to achieve their goals and dreams, and consequently improving their lives, their families, and our community. Today at VC, we celebrated the raising of the pride flag on campus. It was meaningful to me to hear the relevance of a piece of cloth, the flag, and how it represents inclusion, safety, and belonging for our LGBTQIA+ students and community. This is a reminder that what we do matters. I want to thank the board for their work in supporting and advocating for the colleges. I want to remind you that our roughly 30,000 students and 2,000 employees are part of your constituency groups and rely on you to help us achieve our mission. When the colleges and district bring important matters before the board, please remember that thoughtful discussions and processes such as participatory governance at the college and district levels have occurred. Nothing we do is in a vacuum or in isolation. For example, the Ventura College Facilities Master Plan took a year to develop and included many focus groups. It included both internal and external groups, multiple hours, numerous people to give us feedback so that we could come up with this document. I won't read them all. It's all listed in the Facilities Master Plan, but you can know that there are many. Also, it included surveys of students, faculty, and staff to determine gathering spaces, areas where you feel safe, where you feel welcomed, where you feel unsafe, favorite and least favorite spaces, all of this to help develop our plan. The results found that we have 19 buildings that are identified as critical on the California Community College's Chancellor's Office Facilities Condition Index. 19 buildings. 15 of the buildings identified were identified as being built between 1950 and 1959. Deficit of lab space and instructional media were identified. Student services were noted to be spread out throughout multiple locations on campus. The VCEC, our Ventura College East Campus, space needs were identified as lacking classroom labs, library study facilities, and support services. These are our opportunities, and this is the opportunity that a bond would have for Ventura College. New student services building where we could combine all of our services to improve access to students. Our math and science building is constantly being complained about and has problems. And even though it's not one of the buildings built between 1950 and 1959, it certainly doesn't meet our needs, and it certainly does not have the lab capacity we need. Then we're really trying to, and we are increasing our enrollments in services at the Ventura East Campus. And these are all opportunities that we were hoping that could happen as a result of a bond. My final ask of the Board of Trustees, or ask plural, please continue to be fierce advocates for our students, the colleges, and the district. Help us achieve our mission to support student academic achievement and success. Remember, your decisions have an impact and matter. And as our new student trustee said, the most important thing that I want you to remember are that students come first. And I know that many of your questions about the bond haven't been answered, but should our students not have the benefit of the opportunities of this bond because not every single question was answered? Please ponder that. And again, thank you for your advocacy and all your help. That's it. That's all I have for my report.
Great report, Kim. Thank you. Item 608, Board Committee Reports. Administrative Services Committee. And before it pulls up, who chaired that committee meeting?
The minutes are in the agenda from our May 22nd meeting. And Trustee Chancellor, I'm not sure which one of us on the tag team did it. The minutes reflect that you had called the meeting to order, but I'll step in if I may, because as usual, a number of the items that are reflected in the minutes are on this agenda tonight. But in particular, we received information on the budget, on the May revise, as well as the equal opportunity employment plan.
Thank you. Past committee. Trustee Torres.
So we met. You have the minutes in front of you. I am going to speak on the item on board policies 13.03, academic freedom. So we did have some discussion, but I'm going to wait until we talk about this policy at that item and discuss the conversation within the past committee. But besides that, we also did have one of the chapters that was included that you're also going to hear today. So actually for our past committee, I'm not going to speak very much because those items are going to be coming to you. And so you'll have the opportunity.
Your work is being done for you. All
Yeah.
right. What a luxury.
Trustee,
Trustee Lichtel.
if I may, or Assistant Chair Perez, I apologize. I did want to mention that the reports that we continue to get from staff at the past committee meetings are very much appreciated. And again, this will be discussed later in the meeting, but the report on item 3B was very informative and do appreciate staff for that time. I did want to mention that the minutes, in my opinion, are not accurately reflect the actions as related to agenda item 8.03, and that is action to approve board policy 4030, academic freedom. The minutes read that the decision to approve language change was not made and the policy remained unchanged. My recollection is that I did call for the question with a motion that 4030 be passed as presented, and Trustee Torres voted not to approve that. The key issue at that point was a change in, actually the only language that changed in the policy related to regardless of the instructional modality, that one statement being included in there. So the minutes don't reflect, I don't think, what happened at the meeting, and I would just like to, at this point, if it's possible, have those amended. And I apologize, I didn't catch that earlier.
Yeah, and remind me, are those committee meetings recorded or not? Yeah. Yeah.
If it comes to the board as a draft, so really these minutes get amended and we approve them at our past committee. So at the next past committee, we have the opportunity to approve
Perfect.
the minutes. So this is just a draft.
Okay, so we'll do that then.
Very good. Okay, Trustee Chancellor.
I would just ask again, I know later we have future items, but, since it's come up that we place on the agenda in the near future, an opportunity to discuss what the purpose of committee meetings are and sort of some of the structure. One thing in particular that I've noticed recently, we now make first and second, or actually just a first, and then we vote on. In the past, we just agreed if this would go forward to the full board. We never made a motion and voted on it in that sense. So, oh, yeah, I'm just saying, I think we need to solidify sort of some of our policies or procedures for committee meetings and the purpose itself too. And are we in fact voting on items, or are we just deciding, yes, this will move forward in this governance process to the full board? So something to think about.
Right, and I think in the past I've said that that's a topic, that will be a topic for our, what is it, July 27th board, whatever, however we're characterizing it, but that's, gives us more time in the day to address your questions and concerns. Thank you. Okay, so we're now to item 7, approval of consent calendar. And before I ask for a motion to approve the consent calendar, except for certain identified items to be pulled, Trustee Chancellor, have you had a chance to review the responses to your questions? And can any of those not be pulled?
10-11, 10-15.
So we're not pulling 10-10?
No.
Okay. Okay, so, well, that's a little help.
We don't need to pull 12.0.
Okay, great.
Chair Perez,
Trustee Lichtel,
move to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 10.11 through 10.15.
thank you. Did you get that, Michelle? Trustee Lichtel moved and Trustee Chancellor seconded. Okay, student trustee, how do you vote? Thank you. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Okay, Trustee Chancellor, you can just take these in order. 10-11.
I can actually clump them all together.
Oh.
I thought last year at this point in time, when we did an extension, we committed as a board to redoing the, is it RFP? The RFP before we get to another extension. So I was just confused. And I know I asked the question, and the response, I believe, from staff was, yes, we're going to do the RFP. I was just wondering on some specificity, when that would happen, because I was under the impression that it was supposed to have already occurred.
Yeah, and let me piggyback on that. I understood that the requests for extensions were necessary to just keep the workflow going, but that the effort to construct and put out the RFP was actively engaged. Mr. Chancellor.
Yes, so it's, the timeline's a little bit, later than we had anticipated. We are going to be getting an RFQ out, working on that now, getting that out, first part of July. Anticipate a 4 to 6 month window to, have that work completed, including board decisions of same. So that's in the October, December timeframe.
Okay. And I think just, oh, go ahead. I hope that's a satisfactory response. And
It is. It's just concerning because that was the same response we got a year ago, which was a commitment of those time periods, but 1 year in the past. So we're pushing for a 1-year extension, even though we had a commitment that this board would complete the RFQ process. So I'm just concerned with that, and I would really emphasize a keen interest to make sure that happens.
I appreciate that, and I'm not making excuses for the chancellor and his team, but just by looking at tonight's agenda and previous agendas, a whole hell of a lot of work has occupied the time of district staff and et cetera. So we should take that into consideration as well in the answer tonight. So we do look forward to this coming to us in a timely manner. So with that, I'll make the motion to approve items 10-11 through 10-15. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Student trustee, how do you vote? Thank you. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Thank you. Okay, item 13, board policies. And I'm hopeful that maybe a motion can lump most of these in one fell swoop, especially coming maybe from the committee members who addressed
Well,
these
I would be
items.
happy to make a motion to approve 13.01 through 13.05 unless anyone would like to pull. Okay,
You
so
want
with the exception of 13.03, so
very good.
01, 02, 04, and 05.
Trustee
move
Lichtel
that we-
moves. Trustee Mantooth seconds to approve 1301, 02, 04, and 05. Student trustee, how do you vote? Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Trustee Torres, item 1303.
Yeah, so item 13.03 came before us in the past committee. And if you take a look at it, I don't know if the entire board is looking at the policy as it currently stands. There was 4 words that were added that was previously mentioned in our meeting, which is regardless of instructional modality. The academic freedom policy, it's academic freedom, so it's already implied. So regardless of instructional modality, and that's something that was discussed also in the past committee, just because it's academic freedom, it's already there. So they have the academic freedom. This policy protects whether you're going to teach, whether it's remote, whether it's hybrid, whether it's in person, it's already in our policy. And so there was no recommendation from CCLC. So typically the policies that come before us, there is some amendments that need to be made due to CCLC bringing them forward to us. This one is not, this is coming from the understanding, this is coming from, I believe the Oxnard College Academic Senate had a conversation within the Academic Senate. They wanted to include these 4 words, and the other Academic Senates, Ventura and Moore Park, supported that recommendation, but it was initiated from Oxnard College. This is not coming from CCLC. This is something internally. And for me, I believe in academic freedom. We have it already in our policy. It's protected. So instruction modality, it is already there. Academic freedom is everything that's stated here, including that you have already that ability. It's already occurring. Our colleges, because of this policy, can't teach. That's why they've been teaching. As a matter of fact, I heard that as a result of COVID, but we already had online courses before COVID because of what we see what's best in terms of our districts. I think if anything like this wanted to be included, perhaps that goes more into the APs. If it's something that it's more operational, the pieces of it. Our board policy, it's something that is stated to be very generalized in a sense for that reason. So they have the flexibility to move. So the discussion during the past committee for me was I was trying to understand why these 4 words when it's already implied in the policy itself. It's already protected. We already have it. So that was the conversation and so that we had. And so to me, it was I feel our policy stands perfectly fine just the way it is.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Lichtel.
I just want to mention that during the meeting, I pointed to a different policy from a different district. I believe it was San Diego that had the exact same language regardless of instructional modality. And I think what that language does is it opens up to ensuring that regardless of how we're teaching, that academic freedom is there. It just solidifies the fact that we're forward thinking in how we provide instruction. And so that was my rationale for supporting the policy moving forward.
And I would just ask a clarifying question regarding the CCLC service on policies or board docs, whichever it is. I understood the CCLC versions to be templates, to be models, and always amenable to individual district revisions to suit the local district. So, and as has been referenced earlier this evening, and we've done such in previous policies. And this has gone through the appropriate governance process and so with that, am I correct in my observation of the CCLC policy templates? They're not written in stone.
They don't have one for this one. So CCLC doesn't have a template. So what CCLC says is that each district is going to be able, they have recommendations, but each district is going to use their policy here created. And I don't have the CCLC here on my items right now. And so each college has it. So I think for me, it was trying to understand, I think CCLC says you must have one. I don't think it gives you a template of how it's going to look like. So what we have here.
Right, that's correct.
So each district, which is good, we decide, what it's going to look like, it comes forward to us and then we approve it. I think the question for me became more in the past is whenever I see something needs to be included, I wonder, right? Is there something that is occurring? And I mentioned this, I don't work for the district. I'm not in conversations. Is there something more that's occurring that there's a need to put this language, that it's recommended to put this language in the policy? And when I said, board policy, this is one of the areas that we discussed because it's within our jurisdiction, board policy, budget, and goals. That's within our lane. Operations, APs, it becomes to the district. And so this is one of the areas that I wanted to just say it's already implied in itself. And to me, it just raises, is there a reason why this needs to be emphasized? Because when I see this, there's a reason why it's being placed because something wants to be emphasized and the reason as to why. And is it more so than just COVID? Because we've been having online courses since before COVID. So this could have been introduced since before. So so for me, I feel like the policy already protects this. The way it's written, academic freedom is that academic freedom, regardless of modality, regardless of, and it states it right here. So that was just kind of the perspective at that time. I said to Trustee Lecto that I wanted to, in the past committee, I said, is there an opportunity for you and I to be able to look at it a little bit more, sometime to be able to discuss it? There is no harm if we table it at that moment. He said, I don't feel like we need to table it and I want to take it to the full board for deliberation. So it's coming to you because this is unfortunately something in the past committee that between two board members weren't able to really have a discussion. And Trustee Licto said, I don't want to table it. I don't want to discuss it. I want to send it to the board. Different experience that I had working with Trustee Mantooth. So going back in experiences, it's always been one where if it's nothing that needs to be rushed, let's talk about it a little bit more. If you look at your minutes, in the minutes, it's also reflected. I said, I want to submit this to the board with past supporting it. And I said, all I need is more time. I said, because I don't want to have a deliberation at the board meeting. I want to submit forward a policy that I can say, you know what, has the full support of past, so board feel comfortable supporting it. However, recommendation from Trustee Leto, Chancellor was supporting it as well. To move it forward to the board. So it's here due to, Trustee Leto agreeing and the Chancellor also supporting that decision.
Yeah, my recollection is that we had about a 20-minute conversation that included some feedback from some of the sites. Many of you are here today that talked about the fact that this went through the appropriate governance process, that it was something that had come grassroots from one of our colleges, and it was important for teaching staff to have that language in there, in that policy. So after 20 minutes of that conversation, and quite frankly, not clearly understanding your concern with a policy change that includes 4 new words, I did call for the question and I did ask that we move it forward. And I think that in the past committee, you asked for a separate meeting when we had already discussed it for 20 minutes and you had not clearly articulated your concern with adding these 4 words, quite frankly. And so at that point I said, okay, well then, I'd like to move it forward. And so here we are for full discussion of the board. This may be a 4-1 vote to not adopt the policy based on those 4 words. I don't know. To me, the language is very benign. As you said, it's already covered in the policy. It gives that policy more strength from the standpoint of the ways that we're delivering instruction, which is changing all the time. So from my standpoint, it's forward thinking and I'm okay with it.
Let me hear from the rest of the board before you respond at all. Trustee Mantooth, anything to add?
No, I'm normally a great believer in less is more. But I also see this language as fairly benign and can serve as a reinforcement for how we deliver education in the 21st century. And in addition to that, the fact that it was something that was an upwelling from staff that felt it was appropriate and it went through channels. And because I don't see a downside to including the four words as a clarification. I would support approving the policy.
Trustee Chancellor.
So when I read it, I wanted to ask this question. Is the goal or initiative of this language to increase the faculty say on the modality of learning? Or is it just that if they get assigned to teach online or distance ed, however it's referred to, that they are still going to achieve or have that academic freedom?
Ma'am.
Chancellor.
It only addresses academic freedom, not right of assignment, all that other stuff remains the same. And while I have the floor, I just want to, that CCLC note on legally required to adopt a statement of academic freedom, that last sentence is important as well, that the district should insert its current policy as developed collegially with the academic senate or collectively bargained in this section. And that's the process that took place. So you're getting collegial input from the academic senates in the development of this policy, and I would urge the board to consider that.
Student trustee, trustee Chancellor, I'm sorry, do you have any more questions? Student trustee, any comments or questions?
I think just echoing what other members of the board stated, I don't see the harm in including this. And again, I think being progressive in the ways we teach is important, and having this reinforce that, I think, would be important too.
Yes, I appreciate the process that has brought this expanded policy, if you will. And I always remember, we have a regular schedule of review of board policies. So if it wasn't done previously, it's because its number wasn't up yet, if you will, for review. It has come up and we have this policy in front of us.
And a lot has changed in 10 years.
Exactly.
Since we last reviewed.
And one of those unfortunate changes is the attack on academic freedom. And so that was a lens that I also looked through this expanded language. And I support it, and I'm ready to, the chair is ready and looking for
Chair
a
Perez.
motion.
In that case, I move that we approve board policy 4030 academic freedom as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Student trustee? Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Michelle? Okay, and my no is simply because I believe that this is already protected the way we have it in our current academic freedom, in our academic freedom
Okay.
policy.
Thank you. Item 15, Business and Administrative Services, item 1501, Chancellor.
Okay, thank you, Chair Perez. This item is returning to the board. We had some input at the last board meeting about language to be added around the Ventura, some highlighting of the interest in the Ventura County College East Campus. You'll find that language in the section of the District Facility Master Plan on the introductory page for Ventura College's Facility Master Plan.
Is there a page number? I'm looking on lines. Thank you.
And if you like, I can read it. Pretty
Yeah,
short.
go ahead and read it. It's not that long.
So on that page, it lists the proposed projects, proposed renovations, potential future buildings, opportunity sites, and site development. And then at the footer of the page, it labels Ventura College East Campus. VCEC as an extension of Ventura College as an educational leader, providing a positive and accessible learning environment in the Santa Clara River Valley. The cities of Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Piru have proportionally more students attending Ventura College campus than the average city in the county, representing an opportunity for growth in the area. Ventura College's facility master plan includes a discussion on supporting the growth of VCEC to accommodate the instructional programs, student services, and physical space needs of the Santa Clara River Valley community.
Thank you. I think that is totally responsive to the discussion that we had last meeting. And with that, is there a motion to approve? Thank you. Is there a second? Trustee Lichtel seconds. Any questions? Trustee Chancer.
One of the other comments from last month's meeting when we had this as a first read and a second was an interest for community involvement in this process of a district-wide facilities master plan. I'm just wondering if any community meetings, outreach to our partner K-12 districts, you know, some of our also higher ed, in any shape or form, has that happened in the last month? In specifically in regards to this facilities master plan?
I don't know why any thing would have occurred. We were only, I mean, we've heard earlier the explanation of how these facility master plans came to be and approved by the board, save for a request for additional language here. So it was addressed earlier that there was community input through the college's processes. And Chancellor, if you have anything to add to that?
I would just say beyond that, no other interactions have taken place.
Second question I have on district projects, there's one
And I'm
district.
sorry, where are you? What page of the?
Okay, 43.
Thank you.
There's one district project listed, which is the Oxnard College Fire Technology Academy. Are there any additional district projects? Because I know we have, or is that it?
You have what?
No, I'm sorry. I was just wondering, is that our only project?
I'm going to ask Kathy Boharkas to address that question.
That project is in there because it's actually listed in Oxnard College's facility master plan. But we listed it as a district because at that location near the airport, we have actually two programs there. One is the Sheriff's Academy that is run by Ventura College, and the other one is the, I'm going to not say it completely how they do it, but the fire safety program that is run by Oxnard College. So it was just a decision to put that in a District 1 to be clear that that is a property that has multiple campus programs on it.
Okay,
I hate to ask a real simple question, straightforward question.
best kind.
Absolutely. Can anyone speak to the process, including classified staff? And I'm talking about building these master plans on the campuses. Did these go through a process that include student representation, classified staff, certificated staff? Did it include any input from the community? Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads saying yes, yes, yes. So we can surmise moving forward that the development of these master plans each included a collaborative process that includes community and stakeholders from the campuses, correct? Seeing more nodding heads. Okay. Thank you.
I'll follow up to that. And just one more comment, Trustee Lichtel, I would refer you to the remarks that Dr. Hoffman's made not too many minutes ago about, in detail, about the process of developing the facility master plan and who was involved and how long it took.
And I've heard those loud and clear.
Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that the facilities master plans at the particular colleges clearly reached out to internal constituent groups and had some exposure to community groups. As a participant in the college area council and in my neighborhood, I was there and took a survey and saw the presentation. My concern though is from the period that these facilities master plans closed up until now, a period of 2-3 years. I know Moore Park was quite recent, but I believe Ventura College, 3 years.
Two.
And to say that within 2 years, I feel there was an opportunity to seek additional input, specifically since the conversation for a bond has really taken to fruition. At that point, when these facilities master plans, maybe in the background was the idea or concept of a bond, but it was never explicitly stated, we're going for a bond. That has been very recent. So to then take a district-wide facilities master plan, yes, we got input from the board and we saw the results of that with some added language. But could there have been additional community outreach within that two-year period from the closure of the facilities master plan? I'm just saying at Ventura College in particular, but even at Moorpark, it just recently passed, but have things changed and developed? We used to have as a district, I forget what they called it, but Chair Perez, you would remember, like where county-wide, different education groups, community groups would come, and there was these roundtable discussions. We don't have those anymore. So was there an opportunity to seek out more community input? I feel there was. That's all I'm stating. I'm not stating that the work wasn't done to complete the facilities master plans. I'm not stating that. And I don't want to conflict the two or compound the two.
Chair Perez.
So
if I may.
my only comment in response to that, and it's dangerous when we try to get in a point and counterpoint type of discussion, but we have repeatedly heard about the process that he ended up with these plans. We could go on interminably updating these plans and trying to achieve a moving target and not get anything else done. I mean, I know that's slight hyperbole, but there comes a point in time when you say, this is it. And as we heard also earlier, given the state of state financing, education funding, when a project is identified at the campus level, it's always with the recognition that the campuses can't afford to do it alone. And there are other sources, and the most likely ultimate source is what we're engaged in pursuing right now. And that is a potential bond. So with that, we have, did you want to?
Yeah, I just think, and I don't want to create a back and forth, but it's a simple question that I think could be asked tonight, and maybe a response could come from the sites. Have the changes, have the needs changed drastically? Or does this facility master plan that's presented to the board on behalf of Ventura and Oxnard, and we're pretty sure Moorpark is in line because they just completed this process, is that still in line with, and I believe that it is, and I'm asking that question semi-rhetorically, only because of the frustration of continually hearing these same arguments that are circular and do nothing to move us forward. So if there's an opportunity for the presidents or staff to respond to the chancellor with, hey, we looked at our master plan again, and yeah, some of these things, maybe some things have changed. We fixed a couple of toilets, take that off the list, whatever it is. Let's just do that and be done with this conversation that continues on and on and on about a list and why is this master plan appropriate or not? It's appropriate because they went through the process to create a list based on their needs. And we have an opportunity to make a difference. And I'd like to think that as a board that we can unify around the idea, as our new student trustee, Ms. Whalen mentioned, rally around our students and provide a better opportunity and a better product for our students, a cleaner environment, a healthier environment, a more appealing environment that maybe will draw more students to our community colleges, which I believe is one of the goals that our chancellor has. And we do as a board as well, is to improve our attendance. Maybe this is an opportunity for us to do that. So instead of having these circular conversations about master plans and what's going to happen, let's rally behind the district and let's try to move this process forward so we can get some of these things done.
So let me just say, I believe 1501 is a simple question. It's been responded to from last month, and dare I ask, I know you've been wanting to say something, Ms. Oriarcas.
I just want to confirm that trustee Chancellor's question is yes, the sites have. Oxnard College and Ventura College both recently have reaffirmed those lists. And in fact, in VC, it affected the order of the items. And they did that as part of the preparation. If you recall, when they came in discussion for the board, or excuse me, the bond discussion where you wanted to start to talk about the projects. And they presented, the three vice presidents presented their priorities. As part of that process, they had reaffirmed this year, meeting with groups on campus, having sessions on campus, whichever way you want to call it, listening sessions. So that has been done for these facility master plans.
All right, thank you. And with that, I will ask student trustee, how do you vote? Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. 1502, action to approve a sponsorship agreement and related naming opportunity for lab space at Moore Park College with Baxalta US Inc., Takeda Pharmaceuticals America Inc., Takeda Pharmaceuticals USA Inc., Moore Park College Foundation, and Ventura County Community College District.
Chair
Chancellor.
Perez, I'm happy to make a motion to approve, but I do have some questions.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. Okay. Trustee Lichtel.
My question is, do we have policy or protocol in place for the amounts of dollars that are charged that are sought, that are solicited for these
Offered.
types of
Offered.
for these types of facilities?
Kathy, I don't think there's a set dollar amount for a specific type of naming.
There is not, and I apologize that we didn't include the board policy number in the agenda write-up. The policy speaks to the board approving a donation and that you're taking into account kind of the volume of what's being asked for. Is it a building versus a lab versus a room?
Right.
But there is no dollar parameters in there. I can share with you that this is a similar amount to a donation that was made for Ventura College for the Haas manufacturing lab. I'm not sure if I'm getting the name correctly right, at Ventura College. It was similar terms of length of time and dollars.
So I do see this to some degree as an accountability issue from the standpoint of assuring that district-wide, that whatever these amounts are that are, again, solicited, requested, attained for facilities, that it be common across the district so that in the future, no one could come to us and say, some other entity got a facility or named a facility for a fraction of the price, what have you. I think having a policy in place that kind of spells out, this is what it's going to take to put your name on our facilities, I think would be very appropriate. And so that would be my request. And if other board members agree, assuming there's a policy probably either in place or that can be altered, I'd like to see that move forward.
Okay.
And again, it's just from the standpoint of
Right.
protecting our district.
It's a fair statement. We have a motion on the floor. Trustee Chancellor?
It just made me think does this also protect us or the college themselves? Like, let's say a company, I don't.
Defaults?
Yeah, a cigarette company or something comes in and says, here's my 250,000. I'd like to name the athletic center blank. Do we have legal to deny that?
Absolutely.
We have policy language. It's up to the colleges themselves. Okay, thanks.
And even if something happens after the fact and the nature of the named entity does something that I think the language is inconsistent with our values, if something comes out of that element, then we would revisit it and we would revoke the naming opportunity most likely.
Yes, and that's on page 393. It's called adverse publicity. If at any time after the reference date hereof, either party commits any criminal or unethical act that might reasonably bring disrepute on the other party, if the lab continues to bear the name and goes on, that we can
I
It would
saw-
be helpful if you just.
I
sent
saw
the-
that on the criminal sense,
Yeah.
but I mean, a cigarette company is not doing anything criminal. But do we have the right to?
Let's ask that the existing policy be sent to all of us. Mindful of the interest to,
Yes, we'll
or the
make sure that
possible need
we'll
for a
send the
uniform.
policy out, yeah.
Yeah.
And while we
Okay.
can be, grateful for Bexalta
Right.
and Takeda, as well as more building this partnership.
Yep.
We can do more to be proven in the future.
Right. Okay. Well, again, we have a motion on the floor. I will ask student trustee, how do you vote? Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. 1503, action to approve the 2024-2025 tentative budget for all funds of the district. Chancellor.
Thank you. You have in your board materials both the PowerPoint presentation and the actual content of the tentative budget being proposed. And I'm going to ask Kathy Bohorkis to take us through the PowerPoint. I'm not sure if you have help doing that, but
I will try to do this as quickly or as efficiently as I can. I appreciate your time tonight. This did, the tentative budget has gone through the governance process. It has been developed through multiple conversations through DCAS. It was brought to ASC, and it was also gone through the Chancellor's consultation cabinet before it came to you tonight. Let's see. Good, that works. So what I'm going to do is go over just the budget development timeline. Then we'll actually talk about the details of the tentative budget. I will give you a brief update on the governor's May revise. Not a lot has changed since I've updated you previously on that. I want to talk a little bit about the student-centered funding formula and some of the nuances of that so that I can then show you a model of a multi-year projection and then discuss next steps. So this you've seen in the past. This is just the timeline. It gives all the processes. You can see it's very detailed on what we need to do in order to get a budget. And we are currently where the governor has released his May revise, and they will vote on the budget by June 15th. And so we are at the board approval of the tentative budget. Okay. It's okay. I'm like, you can see me clicking. Oh. Thank you. Okay, so this page is in the tentative budget. It's actually, if you're looking in the actual tentative budget, the thicker document, it's on page 910 in your book, or page 12 of the narrative if you're looking at that online. I wanted to highlight this because this shows all of the budgeted expenditures and transfers that are in the tentative budget. We talk often about certain funds. And so I wanted to highlight for you, though, that as a district, our total budget for this tentative budget is $567 million. I want to highlight for you. Let's see if this works. Good. We're going to talk about the unrestricted fund, which is 40%. So 3 funds add up to over 80% of all of our budgeted expenditures. So we also have here our restricted funds, which we call the 1-2 funds that we talk about, categoricals. And then we also have down here capital projects, which we have been talking about more this past year. And then we usually, there's a lot of interest in funds 113 and 114. So we'll talk about those, but you'll see together they only represent a little over 2% of our total budget. Excuse me. So our tentative budget, this talks about our assumptions. It is based on the governor's January budget proposal. The governor at the time in January notified the state that we were at a deficit of $37.9 billion. As we've discussed previously, he planned on addressing that through funding delays and reductions, internal borrowing and shifts, and withdrawal of some state reserves. This budget also, as part of our allocation model, we assume the student-centered funding formula, and then we have internally, we budget a 1% deficit because we're not sure until the year is well over how much revenue will actually generate in our apportionment. So we do that to be conservative. The January budget had a COLA of 0.76. That is applied to the student-centered funding formula and some categorical programs. And then we have the usual step column longevity. As part of our last negotiations with AFT, we had a change in laboratory load rates. The first part of that change took effect in fall 23. The next one, this final piece takes effect in fall 24. So we have accounted for that. Our health and welfare benefit costs increased. When we've moved from CalPERS to CISC, we are budgeting a 7% in our tentative budget. And then STRS remain the same from the prior year. And the PERS rate has a slight increase from the prior year.
Pardon me, Chair.
Trustee Lichtel.
Ms. Bojorquez, would you prefer us to hold our questions till the end or as we go? It's your call.
I'm happy with whatever you would like.
If you go back to that slide, how much is our step-in column?
It's in this budget, it's budgeted for 1.4 million.
Okay, and that's, I'm sure that historically that's about the same.
Yes,
Okay. And then,
percent wise.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is a snapshot of our revenue projection. And if you're following, this would be on page 445 in the actual budget book or page 47 on the attachment to the board agenda. This is calculated in accordance with our unrestricted allocation model, which is also in our tentative budget and is on page 427 and on the online at page 29 for people that may want to look later. But so this is basically what we do is we look at we calculate it based on our SCFF on what it is. We have multiple options, which we're going to get into when I get to the part about talking about the student-centered funding formula later in the presentation. But for fiscal year 25, we are being funded at the stability level, which is, it has it, can't see it down there, but it's basically that we'll receive what we calculated for 23-24 plus COLA next year, plus the statutory COLA. But what I want to highlight for you is because we were getting the emergency conditions allowance that kind of inflated our revenues because it inflated our FTS because it froze them at our fiscal year 20 levels. That is slowly being replaced with actual. So our average FTS has gone down. So you'll notice that the, oops, sorry, meant to do, wait, there we go. I meant to do this. So you'll notice that our difference from our adoption budget to our tentative budget, our revenue is actually down $1.6 million because of us coming out of that emergency condition allowance.
And will that allowance expire altogether?
Yes,
It's already expired.
it's already expired. What we're getting are the effects of the FTS
Understood.
now,
Understood. Thank
falling
you.
off our 3-year average. Okay. So let me go back 1 minute. So this number down here, this revenue, 227 million. So after we determine what our revenue is, we then go to our allocation model and we now allocate it through the system to the colleges, the district administration or district administrative center and utilities and our district wide. So that number is up at the top. And then district-wide utilities and the district administrative center as a percentage of revenue is taken off the top. We have 193.6 million available for distribution. And in our model, we first take off for a total class schedule delivery allocation. That's where a large portion of the funds is allocated so that we can make sure that we can fund our schedules. And then basically we take the components of the student-centered funding formula, which are the colored items 1, 2, and 3, base allocation, supplemental, and student success. And then it's run through the allocation model. And this is a summary. If you actually look in the budget book on page 48, online, page 446 in your packets, you will get all the details and we run it through. And in essence, after you take in the class schedule delivery allocation, there's 106 million left to allocate. It is split into these categories and then it is distributed between the colleges. And you will notice that when we get to this 193 million, it is the amount that was available for distribution to the colleges. So it just kind of works through. And then on top of that, the colleges are allowed to have up to 2% carryover from the prior year. So that is added in. And then for Oxnard College, this is the last year of the major initiative funding and they get an additional $500,000. So the bottom shows what, as you look at each of the colleges' budgets, you will see that they will tie out to these numbers down here at the bottom. This is just another way to look at it as the whole district. We have, so this is all locations and it is broken out by the type of expense, salary, benefits, supplies, and so forth.
Just to be clear, the 2% carryover is based on the college allocation, the total
The
allocation?
prior year
College allocation. Thank you.
Yes. And then this just breaks it out more by each of the colleges, the district administration center, and then we added district-wide services and utilities together just for a chance to this, for this to be legible. And these numbers, again, if you want more details, if you want to see, we also have it by departments, which we call org codes, organization codes. Those are all those details are in the budget book. Next. So then I am moving on to the infrastructure model, which we call Fund 113 also. And this is just a reminder of when it was approved and the information. The actual infrastructure model is included in the packet book. It starts on page 439 or page 40 for the online presentation. And let's see. And then the pages tied with the details are start on page 470 or page 72. This chart, we wanted to show there's interest in the fund balances for this fund. And so this gives a historical of what the beginning fund balance is for each year from fiscal year 15 through our budget for tentative. And then we broke it out by each location. So the 3 numbers on the right for each of the colleges, which of course we use our college colors, does total the $17.1 million. And then the next slide shows you what their expenditures are budgeted for the coming year. And these are the categories where the allocation model for the infrastructure fund actually allocates by those categories of scheduled maintenance, capital furniture, library materials, and so forth. And so those are their beginning balances, which if you add those all up, they equal the what was $17 million and the budgeted expenditures. And then this, it just shows some information on the planned usages. The next fund is Fund 114. It's our general fund, unrestricted but designated. So this starts on page 473 or page 75 on the handout. And this just talks about the revenues. The key thing here is that these revenues and expenditures are intended to be primarily self-supporting. So this is where we have our bookstore income and leases and civic center when we're renting facilities and so forth. It's also where we put funds that are designated by the board. So that special major initiative for Oxnard College, when that 1.5 million was designated by the board for that, and we started to budget it, it is budgeted in a 114 fund. Okay. And then I did the same thing with the 114 fund balances. Again, just be aware revenue does fluctuate in these funds because it is inconsistent at times. For example, our bookstore commissions have gone down since pre-COVID, and during COVID, we were able to use her funds to backfill lost revenues, but as that federal funding went away, we haven't been able to add more, and commissions haven't quite recovered from where they were pre-pandemic due to many things, right? Changes in enrollment, but also changes in modality. We have a lot of interest in trying to provide students with zero textbook classes and things like that, which have affected some sales. So next. So this shows for each of the colleges and the other 3 locations that aren't colleges, our beginning balances that we are estimating, the revenue they're estimating they'll collect, and the budgeted expenditures to show their projected ending fund balance. And on this page for each location, we have the significant programs and the planned usages of those balances. Okay. The next page I have is our unrestricted general fund balance. This is consistent with what you've seen in the past. It shows our actuals from 23, where we are projecting right now to end fiscal year 24, and then what we are budgeting for fiscal year 25. It includes the unrestricted general fund, Fund 111, and then the infrastructure model, Fund 113, and the designated programs, Fund 114. Okay, so this page shows our Fund 1-2 restricted. So that was about 20% of our total budgeted expenditures in a district from that first page. And this is where we have things like state categorical, state grants, federal grants, lottery, restricted lottery. We get 2 types of lottery, and then some other restricted funds. And so this just shows what our budget is for each of the years, the actuals. I do want to highlight for you, these get complicated in their accounting side of it. So I mean, it looks great that we're at 120 million for fiscal year 24 and 25, but part of that is because we budget the full amount that they're entitled to, but if they don't spend it and they can carry it over, or sometimes they're given it knowing that they're going to spend it over 3 years. I'll give you a strong workforce. We get an amount, we know they're going to spend it over 3 years, but because of our accounting rules, we budget the expenditures for the entire amount, and we actually budget a line knowing that we're holding that for a future year. So this is this doesn't give you the best image of how we will end, but shows you that we have $120 million available to the colleges for categorical programs, which is wonderful. This just shows you it by location, so you can see how those are divvied up between the campuses. And if you go in the budget book, we do have the details by college. It will list specific programs. It'll list, it will list the strong workforce programs. It will list student equity and achievement. And you can see by college what their amounts are and how much is budgeted. And this is just again by all of the 1-2s collected, that as a group, close to that 120 million is actually this 118 million that is budgeted that you saw on that chart. But this just gives you an idea of the type of major expenditures, salaries, benefits, and other supporting costs. And then we're going to go to capital projects. So the 4 funds, we've talked about those more recently. It starts on your page 494 or page 96 on the handout. This page is a summary that is in the book, and then it breaks it down again by college, by project that they have listed. I do want to highlight for you that, Ventura's housing project is in here because when you look at the next slide, it really skews it to look like Ventura has all the projects. But if you take out the student housing, Ventura is closer to 30% of the capital projects. Moore Park is 52 and Oxnard's 18 if you ignore the student housing.
Trustee Chancellor?
And I forget, but what account or budget are we taking general fund dollars and putting them, transferring them? We've talked about it before to help support some of the capital projects or facilities things.
So that is Fund 419. It
419.
can also be Fund, I think it's 44, and then it'll have a number for the campus. So 419 is locally funded capital projects. The 44X, whatever campus, is for technology and equipment refresh. And those are ones where we at every year, I would say, not sure both accounts, but where the campuses can transfer funds into these funds to help save and spend money on capital projects. And this slide, because there are different 4 funds and they have each one has their own rules and guidelines, I just wanted to highlight for you the significant projects. And I did put the fund numbers for you because if you want to go back and look, they're broken up by the different 4 funds in the detail that lists the grand totals. And I want to just note for you that these projects can cross over various 4 funds. So you could have a project that is, you might break up and fund a little bit out of 412, which is scheduled maintenance. Let's say you have to do something to a building and you have scheduled maintenance for roof repair. You may fund that part out of roof repair and the rest of the project out of Fund 419. And that these amounts you may or may not see as budgeted as expense. So for example, I'm just going to use Moore Parks. Their very first one, this campus center renovation, that 12.9 million, when you look in the budget book, you will see that as the beginning balance. They don't have anything budgeted this year because they don't plan for fiscal year 25. When I say this year, they don't have enough funds yet to actually start the project. They are still in the savings mode trying to find those funds. But if you look at the next 2, the parking maintenance and
Ask a clarifying question.
sure.
So what you're saying is Moore Park College has saved, maybe some of it is from general funds, 13 million for campus center renovation.
Correct.
Okay. Is the project estimated to cost more than 13 million to do that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I think I saw that later in the 5-year thing that
Yeah.
it's much more. Okay. What does it show anywhere what So let's say, and I don't want to future cast here, but let's say we get a bond because that was one of the things listed. What happens to the 13 million that we have budgeted if all of a sudden a bond comes into play? Because we've heard that as a theme, and I think it's great that our colleges are saving for big projects. What happens later if we ask the voters to approve a bond, we receive significant funds? What happens to the savings of dollars? Are we able to pinpoint and say, well, this percentage of the 13 million that we've saved came from the general fund, it can be returned to the general fund?
So what we do is if funding becomes available, let's say it was paid by a bond, they would usually reallocate those funds to other 419 projects that have not been funded and still need it. Or they'll do it based on need. When I was the vice president at Ventura College, I had to do that. We had issues. Oh, yes, you're still here. We had issues with the science and math building, which was alluded to earlier as a problem building. And we had to get air conditioning in there. It was becoming a health issue of the temperatures, especially in the labs when people were in gear. So I had to pull money from other projects in 419 to redirect to address the issues that became more pressing at that time for the science math building. So that is kind of what happens on a regular basis at the colleges with our 419 funds.
We have listed anywhere in our tentative budget what we're projecting to take from the general fund and place into some of these restricted. Correct me if I'm term.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, capital,
Capital.
different type of restricted,
Sure.
but yes, capital.
Do we
project.
know what we're estimating?
I don't have that figure, but if they have pre-planned to do that, then there may be transfers budgeted. I'd have to get that information for you. What often happens is they have money budgeted in their unrestricted and for positions that may not get filled, for various reasons.
Do we
or
know what
people
we
leave.
transferred last year? Just as a point of reference.
I don't have that information, but I can certainly get it for you.
Okay.
For last year, you mean fiscal year 23?
Yeah, just like a rough, like, are we talking 1 million or are we talking?
Right. I just want to make sure fiscal year 23, the year that is closed.
Okay.
And then we're in the middle.
So for this current.
Well, yeah, I'm just
year.
trying to
Right.
estimate. Yeah, I can't remember.
Clarifying.
And
Yeah,
then
I think he means 24.
So we haven't closed our books, so I can do that for you after we close our books.
what about 23?
Yes, I can do
Okay.
23.
Okay. And then last question on this theme. Whatever the amount is, do we calculate the general fund percentage on salaries and benefits before that money is transferred out or after?
What do you mean calculate the percentage
On one of
salary
the
and
slides, and it came up
benefits?
in our admin services, the salary and benefits, I believe in this tentative budget, it's estimated at 83.9. So that percentage, is that calculated before we take out those funds or after the transfer of those funds?
So if the funds are transferring were tied to vacancies, those vacancies at the time we do the budget are budgeted and would be reflected in that 83%. If they are taking the funds from savings, we also budget for maintenance of certain pieces of equipment and if we didn't need it. So the funds that could be transferred are any 111. They're not necessarily, I use it as an example because salary vacancies are often part of the funds.
Got it. And then we've heard a lot about some uncertain state conditions and in regards to budget. Do we have the flexibility in past years to recapture those funds that we have transferred for scheduled maintenance or other things to help bring them back to the 111 general fund? Once we self-transfer those and self-designate those into restricted funds, can we bring those back? Or once it's done, it's done?
Accounting wise, you don't. Once they get transferred into Fund 419, they take on the characteristics of that fund and are now audited under those characteristics. I won't say that it's impossible without checking with the auditors, but you would have to be able to specifically identify the dollars because what you're not allowed to do is to take capital project funds and make them unrestricted.
Okay.
So you would really have to do like a forensic audit
Sure.
to trace it.
So
And I'm not sure that even at that point you can.
Right, to
once the year
prevent
is
having to
closed.
go through that exercise as a district, are we slowing down the transfer of general fund dollars to restricted accounts to help buffer any state uncertainties with the budget? Or are we continuing? Because I thought one year it was like 20 million that we transferred from the general fund to one of these accounts. Are we slowing that process down?
I can't speak to that. I don't know that at this time. I do know that there was the year when we got there was some one-time funds. If you look at where the 114 account really, or 3 spiked, it had to do with one-time additional funds that we got from the state. So that may address that one.
Yeah, I wasn't talking
don't-
about the 113, 114. It was more the 4X and some of these other ones. that
Right,
were transferred.
but what I'm saying is that we got more funds overall, including in Fund 111.
Oh, okay.
And so they were one-time in nature that moved. It might have even been the first year of the emergency conditions. I'd have to go research that. So I can't speak to that right now. What level, what percentage has historically been transferred out, and if it's going up or down at this time.
Ms. Bojorquez, regarding the campus center renovation, that $12.9 million. If we did get a bond, for example, if we did pass that and we could fund this project out of the bond, this money could still be used for that project, correct?
Yes, we
Okay.
could choose what percentage you would want to use out of the bond versus out of this capital projects fund.
Yeah, I would favor that only from the standpoint of using intended dollars for the intended purpose, and then freeing up more money from that other
Right.
potential pot of money to do more projects, as opposed to putting that back into the general fund.
Correct. And right now, it would not go in the general
No,
fund.
correct.
They would
Sorry.
redirect it
No,
to other projects.
Other
Can I just
projects. You
clarify
said
that? We,
Thank you.
we wouldn't put it back into the general
No.
fund. We would redirect it to other projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Maybe the 3 underneath. So, okay. All right, so that's it for the tentative budget. I'm going to move on to the May revise and then talk specifically about some nuances of the student-centered funding formula so that we can talk about some options that we have moving forward. So is everyone good with moving beyond the tentative? Okay. So I'm not going to really belabor this much. There is a write-up in the budget book on page 412 or page 14 if you're looking online. The Governor's May revise was released on May 10th. We have given you some updates. The COLA's gone up a little bit. There's no funding for scheduled maintenance. What has changed again is that the state deficit budget has been adjusted. So when that came out in January, the legislature and the governor took action at that time to do some early action budget augmentations to try to start to address it. So that helped 17.3 of it. But since January to May, the shortfall did grow by 7 billion, mainly because revenues did not come in as the governor projected in January. So the current deficit is at 27.6 billion. We've gone over that. One of the current proposals is to use the entire 914 million reserves from the public school system stabilization account. So the governor has access to 2 different reserve funds. One is specific to education, which was passed by the voters, and then there's a more general one that can be used for any of the state budget issues. So this would exhaust it. He would use it over partially for this current year ending fiscal year 24 to cover some of the shortfall to support the student-centered funding formula. And then the remaining part he would use as part of the fiscal year 25. I have heard that there will be some sort of deferrals in fiscal year 25, which a deferral means that the state says you're going to get $100, but I'm only going to give you $90, and I'll give you the $10 after June 30th in the next year. And what they do is that deferral is they They tell us to book the revenue of $100. We get the cash of 90, and the state only books an expense of 90. And they don't book that other 10 as an expense till the following year. They did that quite a few years ago for the first time, and that has become a common practice for them. I will say, just I can't help it, I'm a CPA, that if you ever heard of Enron, that's what they got in trouble for, but the state gets to do it. So anyway, and then the other thing that I've heard for this year is that we may have a deficit, which is the amount of withholding they reduce that they actually give us in our apportionment for this year. But they anticipate that it'll be less than 1%, which is good because we budget 1% as part of our budget plan. And I haven't heard anything on whether they would have one for fiscal year 25. Okay, the student-centered funding formula. And I'll try to do this relatively quick. I just want to highlight for you, because I want to talk about an option we have, but unless I can kind of explain some of the nuances of the formula, it might be harder to understand. So our student-centered funding formula, when we do it, there is a total computational revenue that is a big 2-page form spreadsheet that we get, or statement that tells us. And it is basically made up of local property taxes, student enrollment fees, the Education Protection Act, and then the state general apportionment. So the state says, here's our calculation. It calculates 3 different numbers, and it tells you get the highest of A, B, or C calculation. And then what it does is it says, okay, so how much local property tax did you get? How much are you charging? You've assessed for student fees that you're collecting at $46 a unit. And then they say, okay, whatever's left, we'll give you either through state general apportionment or the EPA. They just figure out how much we get from EPA, and then they finally give us our apportionment. So when we talk apportionment, it's a calculation, and we kind of generally include all those funding sources. And we are actually funded on our total computational revenue. Okay. So the reason I want to talk about that is, so I mentioned they calculate 3 different ways, and we get the highest of A, B, or C. So A is just calculated on the revenue. It's a 3-year average for the credit FTES, and that's why with the ECA going away, that's been affected. The second way is the stability protection, which is basically your prior year calculation plus COLA. So they do that to try to soften as you're going down. So we have the calculated, the stability, and then we have what we call hold harmless. That came about when the student-centered funding formula was developed and changed in 2017-18. So that is they took what we got in fiscal year 18 and have just been adding COLAs on every year for our hold harmless. What has happened is the state says they can't sustain that. So they've made a recent change, and they now have, starting in fiscal year 26, that they're going to say that we have a new hold harmless. It's kind of a funding floor. So whatever our max total computational revenue is in this coming fiscal year that we are budgeting for, that's our new funding floor. Okay. So they won't be adding COLA on it anymore, but we will now get the highest of those 3 calculations: calculated stability or the new hold harmless, a funding floor. All right. So, and this is the very top of that 2-page sheet that we see that tells us what we're going to get. So this is the calculated amount. This is the hold harmless. Oh, I'm sorry, calculated. This is stability. And then this is our hold harmless. They look at the 3 and they say, Ventura County Community College District, this is how much you get. If they deficit us, there's a part down here that says we're deficiting you 2%, and they take 2% off of that, and then they tell you how much they're really going to give us. Okay. So right now, yes, we are. So there's a couple other things that I want to make you aware of that can affect your total computational revenue. The first one is a protection called basic allocation protection. As part of our calculation, they look at the size of our colleges. We have one middle-sized college, Moore Park College, and two small-sized colleges. It's based on the FTES of each location. If you decline, you get that funding for 3 years after the initial decline. So to try to soften it, give you a chance to bring it back up, okay? We have FTES restoration, the second one. So this one is if you're in decline, they give you 3 years to get it back up, and you'll get fully funded for any amount you can restore. And this occurs before growth. So growth is limited funding, so they only have a certain amount, but you can get all of your restoration. And this is important to us because of that emergency conditions allowance going away. We can now grow back to where we were in fiscal year 20, which FTES was about 24,590. And so the only caveat I'll say to that is it's a very convoluted calculation. It's not actually tied to the FTES number. Like, you're not trying to grow credit to credit. They take that number, they do a dollar amount, and they let you grow back to that dollar. So you can grow in dual enrollment, even though originally it was in credit, or vice versa. And so it's a very, very convoluted. But once you've restored, if you continue to grow, then we are eligible for the growth dollars by the state. Those dollars are limited. So if we grow beyond the amount they'll give us, you'll hear the term that we have unfunded FTES, which means we're serving more than we're getting credit for with the state on dollars. Summer flexibility. Okay, so we have every year, we have summer classes that start in June but end in July. And so as a practice in our district, we record the FTES in the year in July. For those that start in June, they end in July. So that's just a practice of ours. There is an option in the state that they call summer flexibility. We call it the summer shift, that you can actually take those FTES and move them and record them in June, which will increase your FTES in that year. And so we have done that once, and it was when the SCFF was created, and it was going to be our first year, and we did some math and realized that our hold harmless amount, we would be better off if we shifted, it would bump us up. So, and I want to show you something on that in a minute. And then the emergency conditions allowance that you were aware of, you know, I've already talked about it. I've told you that it's starting to fall off the inflated FTS numbers. So the whole reason I'm doing all this, so I apologize for the long delay, and I'll try to do this a little faster, is I want to show you some scenarios on the revenue side. 4 scenarios. Okay, it'll be relatively quick, but it's basically, these are all for right now. The starting point is next year, fiscal year 25, and then we go out a couple years to show you out through fiscal year 28 the impact. So scenario 1 is our most conservative. It's a state COLA, but we're not growing, just to be conservative. Scenario 2 is there's the state COLA and we are growing, which we are growing. We are returning back to where we were pre-COVID. And so this just gives you the details of how much we're estimating growing each year. Scenario 3 is that we're growing as we're planning, but there's no COLA next year, because that is a recommendation by the legislative analyst's office to the legislature, is just don't fund the COLA. So I did that as an option. And then scenario 4 is the COLA. It's basically scenario 2 with a shift, with a summer shift. So I want to show you what that does. Okay. Okay. This is a little hard to see, and you don't really, I don't have dollar points, but you don't really need it. What you need to know is our most likely scenario is the red line. That's COLA and growth. So that is where we are basically saying we're going to be. This is a little different because it's the way we budget with our allocation model, we don't get growth the same year. We fund it a year later. But anyway, this is our most likely scenario. This is if there's no COLA and the state drops our funding, but this is if we shift. If we shift, and this example is only 75% of our summer FTS that would be eligible to shift, and it's an estimate based on last year. If we shift that, we can bump this number up. And this figure this year, whatever this figure is our new hold harmless. So this will help us have a higher hold harmless moving forward. And I know it looks like we wouldn't really need it, but this is assuming growth. This is assuming COLAs. If things get a little more dicey at the state in the coming years and they choose not to fund a COLA, or for some reason our enrollment declines, there is potential that this may be important. Okay, and the other reason we would want to consider doing it this year, besides our new hold harmless, is the state is very well aware of this option, I'm going to call it. And so there is discussion on doing away with the option. That is a recommendation by the Legislative Analyst's Office, is to take that away. So it may not be available in a future year.
I thought you were going to use the term opportunity.
Yes, thank you. I like that term better.
But that's one of the governor's strategies for balancing the budget, isn't it? Doing the shift
Well,
in the state budget.
that's a different shift.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a different
So,
shift. This one is not Enron.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, yeah, so my concern is, and as you were going through, I think
Yeah.
you clarified that this would only help us in the future if we do the shift, because obviously when you do that, there's a potential to take a hit down the line.
Well, not
No.
from the shift.
Okay.
The shift will not cause us there's no downside actually at this point that I can come up with the shift, and talking to my colleagues in the district. And in fact, if the state doesn't take away this opportunity, it's something you would want to consider doing again in this year, is you might want to shift again. And there are districts in this state that do it every couple years because they figured out a rhythm to it to help bump up their numbers. So, but so we're going to be reassessing this. So you may see this as part of our recommendation for the adoption budget.
I mean, it seems like it's more likely that that's going to go away rather than being continued.
I don't know. They recommend a lot of things, the Legislative Analyst's Office, but this one I think has more opportunity than some of the other recommendations. Like I'm not sure the governor will go with no COLA, but this would prevent something moving on into the future that I could see them wanting to adopt, because in the past districts have used this to help set up their statements. Okay. All right. 2 more slides. We're almost done. I think there's only 2. So this is just then what I did is I took a lot of the items for scenario 2, which was just growth and COLA. This is not with the shift. And we tried to, we're doing a multi-year projection on that. And so these are just the assumptions. Again, a reminder, this is based on the January proposal. And that we've added in the COLAs for the coming years, and we've increased credit FTS. And then all the other items that you talked about where I said, yes, we have step and column every year. It's I want to say about 1.4% overall. So all those kinds of, and we do know that oops, sorry. Uh-oh. Well, now I've really messed up. Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Checking to see if he was awake.
I knew. Anyway, so on this, PERS is going up. We know it's going up, and STRS remains the same because that requires legislative action to actually change it. And I just want, and that there's no collective bargaining impact in these because we haven't made any. So if you can go to the next to last slide.
All right, quick question. Why do you have PERS? Oh, never mind.
Did it make sense? I'm so sorry, Dan. Okay, next to last, slide 31. You see it on the left?
You know, where you have the PERS increases.
Yes.
It'd be good to see that in real dollars. I mean, I could calculate that, but it would be good to know if that's 1 million or 5 million or
Of an increase or just the total?
just the increase, like fiscal year 25, we're going from 27.8 to 28%
Thank you,
to
that's it.
29.2%.
Okay.
Let's see how much that is.
Thank you. All right, so this is, yeah, I was trying to use this and I started pushing the other buttons. But anyway, this shows you the revenue, how it goes up. And then this is our operating, this column is tentative, so this ties out to our tentative budget. And basically what we did is we applied some of those assumptions, the PERS, the step in column, and moved up the operating expenditures. The contingency for these 3 years is really a forced number between the revenue, because the way our allocation model works is all of that allocation is given out to the 3 colleges and the 3 district administrative center district-wide. And so we wouldn't know how they would budget those, but that would get somehow spread during the thing, during the budget process. And then it just drops. So it's our current ending fund balance for tentative. We've just remained here because the way this number changes is through, this again is estimates. We know that we're budgeting a 1% deficit. If the deficit doesn't happen, then we get a little bit more money from the state and that drops that year to the fund balance. So that's how the fund balance changes. It also can change if we've had more growth because we budget growth the year after. So our allocation model takes our numbers from last year because we don't want to estimate a number that doesn't come in and then we've allocated more dollars than we're receiving. So our growth kind of lags as far as the allocation model by a year. So that's how that would grow. And then, but on the reverse side, if the deficit comes in greater than 1%, then we would have to take it out of fund balance.
If there was a column to the left of 24, 25, what would the total reserves read? So if we, for 23, 24, did I miss that?
No, but our beginning balance here would be our ending balance for 23, 24. So and that is right now what we're projecting, our ending fund balance in 23, 24 is the 43.8 million. And that includes our carryover. This figure of 4.75 million is the carryover and the $500,000 that is for the Oxnard College initiative. And if the colleges don't spend all of these funds, then they could go up to 2%. It would end up showing as a surplus, and that would be the carryover that they would be using for the next year. Okay, and then next slide. So next steps, very easy. Legislator needs to approve it by June 15th. We need the board to approve our adoption budget by September 15th. The sites after tentative posts, it'll be open and sites can start making any modifications to their adoption. We'll redo numbers as we get more information as soon as the state passes the budget. And then the feasibility of using that summer flexibility of shifting, we will be looking at that to try to increase our new funding for. And that's it. And I apologize for how long that.
No, that was excellent. Quite frankly. So I noticed that school services is seeing increased COLAs over the next projecting increased COLAs over the next few years.
Yes.
I don't know. We don't know if that's going to happen or not. That's just a projection. That's all it is.
Correct.
Other than carryover, are we making any efforts for setting aside funds for potential continued downturn in the economy?
Each of the sites and the district administrative center in their tentative budgets have taken a portion of their budgets and have put them in a contingency. So that is in anticipation. And they have been building that in, and they will build that in also at adoption.
Yeah, and that's, you might call a rainy day fund type of situation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what's that equal to? Because I know that we're about a $20 million a month operation with supplies and personnel.
So right now, there is budgeted for the tentative budget, 7.8 million in contingency funds in the general fund, Fund 111. Then of course, we have our reserves in addition to that as needed.
Right. So our reserves are about 2 months worth.
Yes, that's the requirement.
That's
Yeah.
that's a concern for me, just as an aside. 2 months seems like we're on the edge. But I know it's probably typical.
Well, that's the new requirement and it was part of our emergency conditions.
Mhm.
I forget what I called the allocation. But that was part of that. It used to be, as with K-12, 5% was the recommended amount.
Yeah, it just concerns me that we had $100 billion budget surplus just a couple years ago, and now we're completely upside down as a state. So that's a huge concern.
Yes.
Well, thank you. I don't know what else to say at 11:20 in the
That
evening.
was fast. That wasn't that fast.
Well, my,
I do have something to say. Can we make a motion to
yes,
approve this item as submitted? And great job, Ms. Bajorquez, with your explanation.
there's a motion. Is there a second? Yes, thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you. I know that something new that I saw as you were presenting was you added codes, like to kind of show like where the projects were. And I appreciate that because you were listening to some of the items to be reflected. Because I know for me, there was an interest. Okay, we talked about some of these different capital projects that we're funding, and there's like this carryover that continues year after year. These are the different like funds that we use. This is what happens if we have an emergency and we need to use 419 and we place it here, and this is how we make the decision. And then we also have 44X, and these are the projects. So I really appreciated that. I don't know how you did it to be able to present and be able to do it like so well, and especially so late right now. But I appreciate it because I looked over the presentation at home, and so that was really helpful for me because as I was looking at the tentative budget, there were a couple of questions I had, but because I had your presentation, I can just go back and say, okay, here's where some of the information and some of the pieces that I needed to make me feel more comfortable with my decision. And so I just wanted to say that it's noticed that you put a lot of work in being very detailed and presenting alongside with your team, because I know there's an entire team that was behind you, but you get to be the face to represent. So I just wanted to note it that I appreciate the feedback that you've heard over the last couple of months, particularly this last month, and to be able to bring it forward. So thank you for doing that.
And please, I was remiss. I meant to start my presentation, but it's late, so forgive me. I did want to acknowledge that Emily Day and James Avis did a lot to put this together. Those graphs were James assisting. So we do have a good team, and I just really do want to make sure I acknowledge him in public. Thank you.
Thank you for that acknowledgement, Trustee Torres. We have a motion on the floor. Are there any other questions, or Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just want to mention, it was brought out that the amount that, and I mentioned it earlier, but the amount that we're spending on salaries and benefits from our general fund is 83.9%. And when I've attended CCLC conferences and meeting with other colleagues at other districts, it always has been alluded to or recommended that that number should be between at a bottom floor around 85%. And once you get anywhere near 90%, it gets troublesome and worrisome. So I don't question any of the numerical accuracy or the overall validity of the budget, but I do believe it's essential to ensure that our limited resources are directed towards meeting the pressing needs of today, both for our students and employees that make all the magic happen. So I just wanted to highlight, by no means am I questioning the numbers, the presentation, or the work that went in the budget. It's more on the principles that why I won't be supporting this budget.
Okay. With no more comments or questions? How are you? Are you enjoying yourself? Good. Student trustee, how do you vote? Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? All right, thank you. Um, 1504, action to approve the district's 2026-2030 5-year capital construction plan. Trustee Torres moves approval. Is there a second? Second. Trustee Mantooth seconds. If there are no questions or comments, Trustee Chancellor?
Brief, I found it very helpful that these numbers and specificity, what's the word? I'm imagining the state requires it, that they actually document this. But this is the type of details that I was looking for that would have really helped. And I hope that it comes later, but I think this is a great model to look at that we can then share with our constituents. So thank you for that.
Okay. If there are no other comments or questions, student trustee, how do you vote? Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. 1505, action to approve an increase in two daily parking fees effective July 1, 2024. This item was heard by I forget which committee now, but it went through. All right. Is there a motion to approve? Thank you. Is there a second? I will second. Any questions, comments? Thank you, committee, for the work. Trustee Chancellor?
It's a thank you for staff. They definitely heard us and made sure that all student groups were involved in the process and their voices were heard. So thank you to staff and thanks for students for being on board with this as well. And that's really helped us in our decision to approve it.
Thank you.
Can we hear from our student trustee related to this issue? Any concerns with the fee increase that you've heard, that you know of, or that you're thinking?
I've not heard any concerns. I've heard support from students and the previous Student Trustee Advisory Council. I've heard from that, and so far everything good.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, with that, student trustee, how do you vote? Thank you. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Okay. And kudos to the hardy committee members that are still here. Action 1601, action to adopt the Equal Employment Opportunity Plan 2024-2027.
Trustee Perez?
Trustee Lichtel?
Move to approve item 16.01, action to adopt the equal opportunity plan as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second? Trustee Chancellor seconds. And I just want to repeat my appreciation for the presentation earlier in the evening. And it's helpful to elicit a motion and a second early in this agenda item. If there are no comments or questions at this point, student trustee, how do you vote? Thank you. Board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Thank you all again, once again. Go home, get some sleep. Okay, 1701. Past committee, i.e. report chapter 3B, foster youth. A term I heard at any of the 3 gay pride flag raising ceremonies I went to. It's a lot easier to say, rainbow community. I like that. And veteran focused equity efforts. Chancellor?
Thank you, Chair Perez. You heard reference to this in the past committee report, and Dr. Herrera is going to just hit the highlights, a couple highlights. You have the report for your review. I commend it to all of you to take a look at it. Again, it represents some really solid work on the institutional research folks and institutional effectiveness to continue to put these this information together. So Dr. Rare?
Okay, since it's 11:30 and we all turn into pumpkins at midnight, let's go ahead and do a recap. So it did go to pass on May 28th, 2024. There were a couple recommendations, and I really do appreciate the trustee input. We reorganized persistence, retention, and success data by the student demographic, and it's an Appendix A on page 25, so it's easier to read. We disaggregated course retention and success by in-person, online, and hybrid courses, Appendix B on page 34. So those are the changes that were made as a result of the past discussion. A quick summary of the report. You will note that there are college-specific equity efforts that are provided on pages 18, Moorpark College, pages 20 for Oxnard College, and 22 for Ventura College. I think because of the equity efforts and the focus that has been placed at each of the colleges, enrollments have gone up for LGBTQI student enrollments across the district. They increased greatly. I do believe that because of the comfort zones and levels of activity on each of the colleges, people are feeling able to self-identify. The veteran student enrollments have decreased since 2018-19 in each academic year. We do have the DAC Outreach and Marketing Department developing and collaborating on several initiatives aimed at increasing foster youth, LGBTQIA+, and veteran student access. Across the district, we have identified that registration rates for students applying and registering between 2019 and 2023, that it was between 65 to 69% for foster youth, 64 to 71% for LGBTQA+ students, and 70 to 78 for veteran students. And that's the registration rates from applying to actually registering. We measure progress by persistence, retention, and success, persistence being fall to fall. And our persistence rates have varied over the past 5 years. I want to make sure that we do identify that the numbers in these particular populations are very small. So a plus or minus 20 to 40 can make a huge decrease or increase across the population. Retention, which is our course completed using any grade but a W, overall has increased in our foster youth and LGBTQ and our veterans across all of the colleges. And for success, which is course completed with an A, B, C, or P, foster youth success rates decreased both at Moorpark and Ventura, and veteran student course success rates at Oxnard increased from 76 to 83%. Overall completions across the district increased in LGBTQIA+ students, and it coincides with the increase in enrollments of the LGBTQIA. Any questions? And I know that was fast, but.
The foster youth is an area that I'm terribly concerned with. That's arguably our most at-risk population. And so, and I did notice that in some of those areas, there was some decrease in their data. There were some increases as well. But I would just ask that a particular, and not there's not effort going in, but a particular effort go into that population of students that, again, from my experience, are absolutely the most at-risk students that we have in any educational system.
I agree. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you. And I really see the value in the way these different chapters have been organized and presented to us. And it's, we've gotten a lot of agenda items with heavy information for tonight's meeting, and it's worth it to go back and review these various reports, and this one in particular, to help drive it home and put everything else in perspective that we do and when it comes before us. So with that, is there a motion? Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. I've turned into that pumpkin already. Okay. The next information item, 1801, Chancellor's Report. Oh, and I had it highlighted. 1702 accreditation follow-up plan, Chancellor, or
Thank you. The board, you should have all received an invitation. I think we heard from a few of you for the July 27th, 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock. That's this timeframe we're working in for a board retreat. Prior to the board retreat, we've engaged two consultants through ACCT. The board will be receiving an evaluation, a board evaluation focused on board board evaluation. The consultants will use that information and reach out to all five of you and to discuss, to do an interview and discuss the evaluation results and hear any concerns or things that you'd like to have addressed on the 27th. And then after that, we'll likely schedule a second retreat in the end of August or early September, mid-September timeframe, depending on what comes out of that first retreat. So that's really all I need to update, I think, at this point.
and remind me when the report is to be submitted, the follow-up report.
I think it's March of February of
all right.
2025. So
Okay,
we
great.
really need to
Yeah.
be done in
Yeah.
November, December
Yeah.
timeframe
Okay.
to complete that work.
So the sooner the outreach to the trustees can happen, the better. And I would encourage each of us to try to respond in a very timely manner so that we can keep forward progress moving. And with that, then Chancellor's report.
Thank you. This won't take more than 15 minutes. But it's gotta- Now,
We have
now,
your written-
now
we
it's
have
gonna,
your
now it's gonna
reports.
be 20. So I just, no, I just want to, I want to commend all three of our institutions for making the top 20 Aspen designation this go around. I know the board understands and maybe many of you in the audience understand because you're doing a lot of this work. But the effort to connect meaningful work to meaningful outcomes and use the results of that work to make adjustments to how we're supporting and fostering student success is what we do. I mean, that's right at the heart of our mission. And to see it being represented so spectacularly is something to be very proud of. And I want to commend all of you for that. And Julius, especially to you and the Moore Park crew for once again breaking that top 10 level. That's pretty well done. And I'm looking forward to another trip to Washington, D.C. to take home the prize. So I also want to acknowledge Dr. Sokin, who mentioned the NSA certification. I want to add that I have quite a lot of experience with that process as well. And it's as high of a credential as we can get. It's rare, as Dr. Sokin mentioned. I attend, as I reported to the board last week, I attend the Regional Defense Partnership Committee monthly, and I had the opportunity to share with them in some detail this past Thursday, last week, that news, and it generated even more interest among our Navy partners, and as you mentioned, we're starting to see more traction on some of that work. And what's really great about that is we have over the last several years made an intentional effort to connect meaningfully with our regional business and industry partners, and Navy-based Ventura County is a big part of that, and they're very, very pleased with the efforts of all three colleges in helping work with both technical and STEM related education, but also non-STEM education. One of the projects that we have going on right now is on the HR side. And this came up in last week's meeting. It's very difficult for people to navigate the human resource application process into federal jobs. And when you add in the layer of Navy and security and all of those other things that come with that, it's even harder. So they have we're working with, I think almost all the commands, HR professionals to actively engage in our career fairs on our campuses with our students and helping them understand the federal application process. And that's something that was not happening just last year. So that's, this work is gaining some ground, and I'm really pleased with that. I also want to, again, thank, Dr. Hoffmans for her leadership in the brief 2 years that we've been together. My involvement with Dr. Hoffman's occurred during a Zoom interview process. And, you know, if any of you have had that kind of an interview, they're not the most comfortable things to do. It's hard to get the nonverbal feedback from the people in the room. But there was one face that had a big smile, and it was Dr. Hoffman's. And so as I was doing that Zoom interview, I was focusing on that support, and you haven't stopped that support in the time that I've been here, and I really appreciate it. I wish you well. Thank you for your service. You've made a mark on this district and thousands of student lives, and it's very much appreciated. The only other thing that I will mention, and this is loosely connected to the bond process, in that I, along with Chair Perez and others, have been engaging with a number of community organizations over the last few months, Rotaries, Chambers, and other groups. You know, I've joked and said, if you need me to go sell what we do to one person, I'll go make a presentation. But the purpose of those presentations are, of course, to help people understand our mission, but also specifically our value proposition. In some audiences, it's return on investment. What actually does our community benefit from the work that we do? Our connection to business and industry. Everybody that comes to us in some form or another, whether they're here for a career and technical program, a short-term training, or transfer program, they're essentially here to improve their lives and to gain a foot up on that journey. And that pragmatic aspect of what we do resonates very well with our community when I have an opportunity to talk about that, and ultimately bringing about student success and elevating families in our community. And so we'll be doing more of those presentations. I think we have one coming up next week, in fact. And I invite any of you in the audience or any board members, if you'd like to join me or accompany me on one of those, please let me know. And if you have groups or other venues or parties that you'd like us to have a conversation with, I will move whatever I need to off my calendar to do that. So that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 1802, trustee requests for reports. You have the form, and I want to just acknowledge receipt of your reminder inquiry, which we will address. And item 19, you've waited all night for this. Student trustee report. After what, 5 hours or so, do you have something to say?
I do have a little bit to say. I just want to begin by saying thank you. This has been a very fun and strong start to my term, and I look forward to the rest of it. I want to extend my congratulations to Dr. Hoffmans, and I attended the Moore Park College swearing in of their student government. That was super fun to go to and just see the new student leaders at Moore Park, and I look forward to attending that of Oxnard College and Ventura College when it comes to that. And today, I had my orientation before this. I want to thank the chair, the chancellor, and then Dr. Putnam for that. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, and impressive debut. Thank you. Trustee Chancellor.
Just thank you for all the presentations and reports. I just had a quick comment. You know, there were some questions in regards to the bond and seeking some clarity. And I just thought I'd state this. It's crucial for me to seek clarity and gather comprehensive information by asking questions and delving into details and data. This approach isn't intended as criticism or evaluation of any individual or the college themselves. Rather, it's about fulfilling my responsibility to ensure transparency, accountability, and informed decision-making for the constituents I represent. By rigorously examining the facts and scrutinizing various perspectives, I aim to contribute meaningfully to the advancement and success of our institutions. My actions are driven by a commitment to serving the best interest of our college community and upholding the trust placed in me by those I represent.
Thank you. Trustee Torres?
I wanted to say thank you to the colleges. There was a visit from little TKers and kindergartens at Moore Park College Zoo yesterday, and I heard what a wonderful time they had, and it was great to be able to hear that they were going to our colleges. And there's nothing but great things. Oxnard College, you're consistently always having different schools on your campus all the time. And so as I'm talking to friends, they're like, "Oh, we went to Oxnard College and we used the Performing Arts Center." And to have an entire district May 30th, bringing in families from Oxnard with their little ones to be able to use our facilities. What a wonderful joy. I mean, who we are, community college. Like we are a college of the community in our facilities, and being there, and parents had questions about the college, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's so beautiful. We never need, there's all these things we can do." And consistently, and I'm sure the same is happening for Ventura, all the time. And so thank you for just opening those doors, the entire staff. I know it's an entire team. I saw it at Oxnard College. I saw Jeremy walking back and forth different places because it was a full house, but I consistently hear so many positive things of colleges, just a warm demeanor that really has impacted. When I say community, I'm not talking about, and I'll specify my community. I'm not talking about clubs. I'm not talking about organizations. I'm talking about grassroots leaders, general people that are sometimes working in the fields, and they happen to come to their little ones because the district, their school district is having an event, and they come over and then they start giving input. So I wanted to define, when I say community input, for me, I'm talking about the people. We have a lot of different organizations that give us some feedback of the people, but for me, it's like going to the people and getting feedback from what it is that they need. And so it's been great to be able to hear from them, from students themselves when they go to our colleges, the ones that are in high school, even middle school, do enrollment, huge, talking to principals about wanting, how do we get this into our middle schools? How does this work? And I've heard nothing but just wonderful things about the actual education component of it. From classified from faculty as they're coming in and they're being greeted, and the classes they can take, from some faculty members saying, absolutely, if they want to come and just visit the classroom and get a sense of what it is to be in college, my doors are open. And so it's beautiful to being able to see that aspect of community. So I just wanted to highlight that beautiful work, because I know this is a business meeting, but the purpose of this business is our students, is a business of how can we, our colleges, still be that impact of being able to help our future generations, and how do we look at our systems to ensure we have good processes in place. So I just wanted to highlight and give kudos to all of the amazing work that happens. And I know we only hear bits and pieces of it here, and there's all this other work that goes behind the scenes. So for all of you that are here representing your constituencies, please let them know that their work doesn't go unnoticed. And thank you from the bottom of our heart as we're ending this academic year. Thank you for everything that they have done. And the best is yet to come. And we have a lot of things coming our way. So thank you for being here so late. It's been a while since we had this kind of meeting.
Trustee Mantuz.
Three things. First, a very warm welcome to our new student trustee, and assurances that maybe this is the latest we will keep you up during your tenure in that role. Second, we recently just finished what I like to call graduation season. And I think everyone would agree what a warm and uplifting and wonderful time that is when we really do get to see the students and celebrate with them and having come so far with them. And then finally, I guess shouldn't have been surprised. I should have known, but to think that all three colleges are in the top 20, not in the state of California, but in the United States, is unbelievable. It is absolutely unbelievable. And the other part that I really relish is the fact that even with that distinction, I don't get the sense that we feel like we've arrived, that we just keep going and going and going and getting better and better and better. And thank you for that.
Well said, sir.
And I'm going to miss you, Kim.
Well said, Stan. I just want to say, I think it was an excellent meeting. I thought we got a lot of work done. And I appreciate the frank and honest conversation. Trustee Chancellor, I concur with your statement about asking questions and how important that is, as we're held accountable to our constituents. So I have no issue there. My school that I work at, it's a school for special needs students in Newbury Park. We took about 12 of our students over to the Moore Park Teaching Zoo, and they had a fabulous time. They were well cared for. They came back and they were just raving about what a wonderful experience it was. So I want to thank you and your staff for providing that. And then also the graduation, I thought was really spectacular and very well received. It was great to see some of my old Thousand Oaks High School graduates, believe it or not. And I left there in 2017. So I was kind of thinking, what have you been doing for 7 years? But I'm glad they made it. That's the good thing. Dr. Hoffman's, Godspeed as you go into retirement. And then I do have a statement that is important to me, so I wanted to read it. So I ask you that you provide me that minute. The month of June is very busy with celebrations. And as I mentioned a year ago at this very same meeting, that under the banner of unity, I believe that it's important to acknowledge the broad swath of important dates that we face each month and each year. It is disappointing that there was no mention within the agenda nor during this evening's comments from any staff related to the commemoration of the 80th anniversary of D-Day, June 6th. Potentially the most important date in our 20th century history, and a date that went a long way in preserving our rights, our liberties, and the freedoms that we all enjoy today. And while I would never discourage the celebration of any significant date or event, it would be greatly appreciated by this trustee if the myriad of important dates, specifically those that commemorate what makes our nation the exceptional experiment that it is, be observed or celebrated in some way in future months and years.
Thank you. And coincidentally, I had a brief conversation with Dr. Putnam about calendaring certain events, and you'll make a note of including. Thank you. All right. I was happy to be a chaperone to my great granddaughter's preschool class on their field trip at Moore Park Zoo. And I felt really proud, not just to be with her, but to be at Moore Park College. And it's entirely believable that all three colleges made the top 20. After all the reports that we get, after observing what goes on when I visit all three campuses, it's entirely believable and quite an accomplishment and quite a testament to the entire campus community at each of our sites. And when I convey that fact to people out in the community, they're blown away. And that definitely is going to be part of our messaging, I believe, should we embark upon a bond effort. The graduations, you guys, all three of you outdid yourselves again this year. The numbers keep growing, it seems. And, I just want to compliment my colleagues, because it's clear to me as I hear you relate what you've been doing and who you've been seeing, no one has a monopoly on a sense of the community. So I appreciate that. And as I said earlier, I went to all three pride flag raisings, and it's always helpful to me, and it's very profound, the stories from all of our students, but especially those that somebody made a comment to you, an appreciation of you empowering others. Same goes in these settings when you hear the individual students' stories of feeling safe and included, and just you just know that it provides them a greater footing on their pathway to success. So I think that's it. I attended I think it was the 43rd year for Ballet Folklorico Mestizo, the Oxnard College. Great show. Mati Sanchez was there, and her daughter is the current director of that club program. Yes, the Cal Cup International Field Hockey Tournament every Memorial Day weekend at Moore Park College. I should have brought the program brochure, but anyway, so much great stories to tell, and we need to be out there doing it. And as the chancellor said, we are doing it, and I invite the rest of you to try to do the same. And with that, then, believe it or not, we're at 2001, excuse me, adjournment, and I am pleased to adjourn in recognition and acknowledgement and appreciation for Dr. Hoffman's service to the district. Thank you. And with that, good night.